Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is Sunday. We are back. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. It is time for Witcher Roads Home, our golden age of Witcher TTRPG stream. I have some wonderful friends around me on this screen. They are fabulous. They are wonderful. They are all going to get introduced and they're going to tell you who they are playing tonight. And I have a question for each of my players that I would like them to answer. On a scale of 1 to fuck no, what is your character's feeling about the apple? Why don't we start with Billy? Hi, Billy. How are
Am I gonna
you?
need to get filled in on an apple?
Oh, so you should be able to see in
On the
where your
map.
character is on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to the bottom of that map, like the very bottom, you'll probably have to scroll a little bit. There's a plinth in the room south of the treasure room with
Uh-huh.
a golden apple sitting on the plinth.
How do I
The
feel
thing
about
that
this?
looks like a sniper scope.
The
Yeah.
gold apple on a plate.
Crosshairs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that gold apple that was stolen from Detlef? And you and your brothers got framed for it? Yeah. It's
Well,
probably
can we
that
can
one.
we be sure that this is the one?
Well, so last
golden
week
apples
there
are
was a
there?
ruby apple that ended up being a trap. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But we won't know until we find out.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Ardzo's feeling. Oh, hello. I'm Bill or Billy. Any other iteration of William that you would like to call me will be sufficient. And I'm playing Ardzo, and I guess it's curious, but not in the cat killing way. About
Oh.
this apple.
Wise, maybe wise. And directly above Billy, we have Trooper. Hi, Trooper. How are you? How's life going for you tonight?
Oh, I'm great. You're in my Discord, right?
I am.
You mother.
Yeah. Hey, Pope, you're in my Discord, right?
Yeah, I latchkey kid my way in there.
Nice. Hey, Lindy, are you in my Discord? Yeah, she is.
Oh, you were talking to me. Sorry.
Yeah, Lindy, are you?
Yes, I am. You invited
Yeah.
me personally.
Nice.
Yeah,
Simon,
yeah.
how about you?
Yes, I am in your Discord.
Huh. So I'm Tripper SJP, and Billy, I specifically made sure that he had no idea about my Discord for 5 years, so he could never be a member on purpose to
Until
hurt him.
today.
Until today,
Until-
he found out about it. Now he's there, which means we have to stop talking about Billy. There's a whole thing in there. There's like a whole Billy channel. Where we just like draw fan art.
I
of
would
Billy.
I would like to point out, Trooper, that it sounds like what really happened is you lost Billy's number.
Oh, Billy, but I just don't want to lose his number. You know what I mean? Like this.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to be a hero.
But we need a hero. I mean, I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the
Yes.
night. Is what I'm trying to
Yes.
say.
This is the genesis of my villain arc.
What? Genesis is your villain arc? I'm sorry about that. It could
I
be.
mean, you
I
could
thought it
try
was
a different
Starship.
band. Journey. I mean, there are a lot of things we could, so in our journey today, I mean, I kind of feel like girls just want to have fun, which is what Brenna's going to be doing, but I am playing Math Varen, who is a druid, who in the immortal words of Spinal Tap might have been to Stonehenge. We don't know. And he is in the, there's such an adorable cat there. He's in this dungeon, and I was asked to answer the question, what do I think about this golden apple that is obviously a trap? The thing is, Math does not know the history of this golden apple. He's heard about it in the court trial, but the thing is, that wasn't about him, so he wasn't really paying that much attention. He recognizes that apparently maybe it's happening, but he's way more interested in these statues and the art on the walls than he is about some kind of apple thing. So like on a scale from 1 to 10, he's like, does this have to do with me? No, I don't care. Until he be like, if it's drawn to his attention, he has to think about it, then he might have feelings, but he doesn't tend to think about other people unless they become relevant to him. So the apple's not currently relevant to him. So, he
Mhm,
doesn't
mhm.
currently care. Yeah, that's me.
Well, I'm glad for that. I'm glad for that. Uh, Hope. Hi, welcome back. We hope you're doing well. How's life going for you?
Hi, good to be here. Happy to be here with the Witcher. Crew. Hey everybody, Pup here, Pup World Balance for Pup World Balance, which I work in all your streams. Tonight I will be playing during Grasp-Me, both of us use he, him pronouns. And as to your question, Prax, fuck all the hell no.
You.
No, the like my medicines, not Durin's, mine. Medicines is tingling, and I'm going. There's bait. And no, there's doors behind us. That room is a kill box. There's a straight thoroughfare. Nope.
Okay. That's a possibility. I'll take it. And then underneath Pope, we have Simon. Hey, Simon, how are you? How's life going for you? And what does Kaderin think about this wonderful apple on a plinth?
Hi, I'm Simon Wandering DM. I'm playing Kaderin, of course, and I am at a solid 5. Listen. I am a trained actor, right? I have also decades of playing role-playing games under my belt. I've done a lot of, I've given a lot of panels at conventions about bleed and trying to, separate yourself from your character. But there are instances in which the Simon bleeds into the game. And the Simon at the moment really want to touch the apple. And it might influence Kaderin's way of thinking. Just saying.
I would also like to point out, for those of you who know me and know the games that I've run and know that Simon has played in a number of the games that I've run, would like to remind you of a simple thing about a Necronomicon and eating pages. But that is not tonight.
Wait, would that make that a Necronomicon? If it was
It
edible?
did.
It
It
did.
absolutely did.
And
Nice.
I don't know, Simon, was it a good choice for your character?
Everything is a good choice.
Hmm.
There are no bad decisions.
Did they regret that decision, though?
I mean, probably the character, but not me.
See, those are the things. And last but certainly never least on this channel, the wonderful, the fabulous Lindy. How are you tonight, my dear?
I'm not last love Lindy. I'm left love Lindy, and I, here to play a game called Witcher, which I love. And I play a Witcher named Brenna von Vedler, who's of the Cat School, and also kind of married into being a countess. And that apple though, whew, she very much wants to get the golden apple. Like a lot. Like she realizes, like logic side of the brain is like, yes, this is probably a very bad idea. The other side of the brain's like, yeah, but our life is just full of bad ideas because we're a Witcher. And then it's like, well, yes, but it's probably like mega trapped and this is probably just terrible. But those brownie points though.
It's
So,
because Brenda's hot for teacher.
yes.
Oh, she's got it bad.
Yeah. I mean, she's more of a Susie and the Banshees kind of gal, so she might be
Oh.
spellbound.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
She's hot for deadlift.
Mm-hmm.
She just wants this golden apple so she can return it to its rightful owner because it's possibly still property.
Well, we'll find out more about that. For those of you who were not here at the end of last session, or you missed out on things, or you're, also to help out Billy, because the fabulous Billy is back. After conversations stabilizing, coming together in this ruins that are apparently very trapped underneath the city of Mahakam, where you're following the trail of one Baldwin, or perhaps someone taking his visage. You're not sure. You all have made your way. There was a small instance with a telecommunicator, or megascope, technically, well, telecommunicator, megascope combination. The removal of the crystal, the explosion of its cradle, a bunch of shrapnel, finding a treasure room, discovery of lots of magical items in the treasure room that possibly made it warded, a lot warded, discovery of a secondary room, and an apple on a plinth with only one door in to this room. A number of alcoves, but only one door. And a set of
and Math upset someone.
no.
So much.
Rewind. Math upset multiple people, one of whom
Well, yeah, but the finish of the sentence was that Math upset Kadarn so much that he was just going to teleport away, and that was a bad idea. Not because then it triggered all sorts of
it'll trigger an alarm going off.
yeah, but triggered alarm, and there were monsters, and then we were attacked.
Well, only one monster, only one Bolvor.
But it was big.
Yes, it is big. Well, it was big, and now it is no longer big because it is very dead.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And you are in this space, these two rooms connected by a single doorway. There's a number of engraved carvings in circle around the pillar. At the top of the plinth, there is a golden apple. Into the north of the treasure room, there's a set of doors, a set of double doors, tall, standing almost 2 stories in this space. They're currently closed.
Right here?
Right
No,
here.
you said the north of the plane? Oh, no, the north of our room. Okay, the room with the gold. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry. Yeah.
So. Oh, by the way, Ardzo, you stabilized Durin after he, took a bad hit from a Bolvor. But Lord Maff healed him with magic.
Cool.
So,
So that I can peace out, right? That means
you can try.
there's a healer, right?
Yeah.
Arto's good. He can.
I mean, if you want Lord Math healing you, which will come with condescension and math-splaining. I mean, it's just,
Maff-splaining.
So just like a regular
Inevitable.
doctor.
Yes, just like but I mean, he's better than a regular doctor because his knowledge is ancient knowledge that is not constrained, by like, if I were a modern person, I would say like Western ideas of medicine, because really mine is far more ancient and real.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
yeah.
Just keep your
Yes.
crystals to yourself, Jesus.
He has crystals. He has crystals.
I would
just want you to know.
I would also like to point out something that Crit definitely reminded me of. I did warn the players at the end of last session that I used all of my luck.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't need luck.
No, and that none of chat should give you any luck ever again.
Math
We're
has
good
crystals.
with it.
Math has crystals, and also I'm just telling you, Math has crystals. You just know he does. That's it.
Yep, So what would you like to do? You've got this space, you've got this room, there was math-splaining, there was snark, there was an attempt to teleport that failed very badly.
I think this is the point where I'm going to continue working with my tools and trying to fix my breastplate, because I have a very sneaking suspicion something terrible is going to happen through those doors.
Just to remind me though,
Mhm.
there was no door or portcullis separating the Golden Apple room from our room, right?
There is a set of double doors that are currently held open by
There.
chains.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they didn't close or
Oh.
do anything when the alarm went off, so it's a pretty.
Yeah. And there was the whole like rune thing.
Mm-hmm.
Around the outside of the plinth.
What were they written in again?
Well, Brenna didn't recognize them, and no one else really looked.
That's what I'm going to go as everyone else is doing
Because
their thing.
Brenna was the only one that went in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got sidetracked by the
And I
three
said nothing
things over
terrible
here.
happened when I walked in that I know of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be what I do.
Yeah. Hope, if Durant, you're not failing anything, so assume that you're doing all of your, as you roll for your patch jobs, just let me know if you fail one.
Okay. Now that's good. Between that and the Pavis, things will hold for now.
And I think that Math has still not made his way into that other room yet because he's sort of inspecting all of the statues,
Mhm.
because he wants to like gather all this info for later because it'll be important. I mean,
Yes.
maybe not for them, but for him. So he's like, he's inspecting all the things and kind of like moseying around and will most likely end up being near Ardzo at some point. Like when he finishes his rounds of like investigation, he's probably going to make his way near Ardzo because Ardzo is so fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What? So you're going to make your way towards Ardzo. Remembering, of course, that for player knowledge, everything in this room that has all these purple circles, Kadarin has pointed out as being magical items that he is. Some of which he's examined in detail, some of which he hasn't. But he basically told you where all of them are.
And that we
Be
shouldn't touch
cautious.
any of them because
Um,
they're all traps.
Basically.
Yeah. I had moved 2 of them.
Yes, you
Over
moved
here.
2 of them over onto.
Oh,
That's why they're no longer in the middle of the room.
which of those 3 again was the fake apple?
The far left one, I think.
Yeah,
The-
this
the
one here.
towards the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. I'll put a line in it. Yeah, this is fake. Fake apple.
Yeah, you dispelled that magic.
Yeah, it's just so we know where the leaden apple is.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it is.
So, Brenna, what you doing?
It's a great question.
After you've
Um,
dissected this Bulvor.
Yes, pulled out all the useful bits. Regenerated from getting full frontal acid because I was like, no, not my armor.
Yes, that swallow is useful.
Yes. Just really wanted my armor to be okay. It just got all fancy. I told my husband that and he just shook his head. So she's gonna be alert for any other sounds of danger. But she kind of needs she hates to say it, she kind of needs Kadarin to like get good and get better. So she's gonna be watching him kind of like how Math is watching Ardzo, but less creepily. More like you're useful, not like ooh. Like, damn it, I need you. But she doesn't want to look like she needs him, so she's trying to play it off as cool.
Hmm.
It's probably not working. Because she wants that apple. But it's probably super trapped, and she needs someone who knows magic, so that's Kadarin.
Yes, because this is a puzzle of some sort.
Probably. She doesn't know. She's
Well,
a witcher.
I'll figure it out once I get closer to it.
Yeah. No, she's just she has her sword out. She's waiting patiently as she can for the time being. And she'll take a rest action. Or a recovery action. That's what I meant to say.
Okay,
That's what
recovery,
she'll
yep.
do. She's gonna take a recovery action as she's waiting.
Yeah, and Math is recovering as he's just like looking.
Okay. Arzo, what are you doing?
How is Durin looking from a recovery standpoint?
So the overall appearance looks good. Still sucking chest wound.
Yeah, there was
I'm-
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna, healing hands, maybe a little massage for my fella. A healing massage. A body massage.
Machine go.
Thank you
Mhm.
so much. I was really hoping somebody would pick up on that. All right, what do I do with my character sheet? Okay. Would you like me to roll? Healing hands, Prex?
You may indeed.
Bingo.
Yes, indeedy.
Nefertiti.
That is so. Now wait, you're on the third day of your critical, so that is a success on your healing hands check, and I think you only needed 4, right?
Yes.
There you go. So, the room is yours.
Yeah, I was going to check the
Ah,
runes.
oh yes, you are indeed checking the runes in the room with the plinth. You could roll me an awareness.
Absolutely. How far in the room do I need to be able to see them? Like, do I need to climb on the plinth, or can I be like over here? Whoops, that's not the. No.
I mean, this is like a pedestal
here.
kind of thing, and then the plinth goes vertically up, and they're directly around the outside, and you can see them from where you stand. Because remember, it's about 15. It's about 5 feet tall.
So I can be like where I've just put my character.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to like climb on it or anything. Let's do this. 22.
So you can see each of them, and they're they're squares that have markings and runes carved in them, and they popped out. That they look like they can be depressed in to the plinth itself. Each of them is different around the 360-degree circumference. There is a total of 10.
Are they in any language that I know?
Roll education.
Yes. Am I educated? Yeah.
I mean, you went to
23.
college. But you did go to a party school.
Pretty much.
With a 23, they're not in a language that you know per se. The only time you've seen them is alchemical words. Sorry, they're not representations of language as you know them, but you recognize them as symbols of alchemical or magical math equations, right? So rather than a theta being the Greek th letter, you recognize it as the numerical theta, or I as being the marking for an imaginary number.
Oh shit. Look, Simon out of game only got so far in math as like using the Roman alphabet, not the Greek.
Okay, so calculus is a thing.
Not for me, it ain't.
Not for me.
Just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I can pretend.
I thought if you couldn't see the monster, it couldn't see you. Like that's the Tao, you'd be safe.
No,
Is
that doesn't
not
work that way.
true?
No.
Isn't that the whole? Yeah, I lead a what is it? Solipsistic life, where if I don't believe that something exists, it doesn't exist and it can't hurt me.
Mm.
Math can always hurt you.
Yeah, no, it can. So
I
they
would like
look
to point out gravity.
Does it look like when put together they would form a known like magical theorem or something?
They're all representative of that. You could, because they're all. So for the purposes of your explanation, I'm going to use actual math terms. They are all what is called constants, right? So they're specific mathematical constants. It's like pi, right? If you've ever seen the symbol
Yes.
for pi.
Okay. Yes.
I've also been made aware of Planck's constant because of Stranger Things.
Yes, Planck's constant is the thing. But there's also pi, the I for the imaginary number, theta, mu, n for numerical value, a whole bunches of others that are dependent on which science and or math you're doing. Mu is great because it's for wavelengths, among other things. It's one of my favorites. But so these are all individual constants, and you are educated enough, and you are, you've studied magic and alchemy enough to know that. Hawkeye, I hated that one. That one honestly pissed me off. It's like that Barbie pissed me off. She had multiple college degrees, and you're gonna pull this shit. It's a thing. Look it up. Why I'm still kind of salty at Mattel. But you recognize those mathematical constants, and you know that you could create, with the 10 constants that you have, you could create a number of alchemical equations.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do any of them match my carved runic innards?
3 of them are on your carved runic innards. Very good question,
Cool.
Brenna.
Thank you.
Would I recognize those? Having seen the innards of?
Yes, you would.
Yes.
Okay.
So I thought it was a good question.
Which ones were the ones on her? Like, because I'm trying to try to find like what the logic behind all of this
Look,
is.
we did that vivisection for a reason. Gain
Yes.
information.
I thought it was because you just liked being vivisected. I thought that was the reason.
There was multiple reasons
Mhm.
for that vivisection. Like at least 4 or 5 that I could think of.
All right, so there are 10 markings all the way around.
Yes.
I've put them on the thing now.
Recognize 3 of them.
You recognize 3 of them. The 3 that you recognize, I will remove from the marking. To make, well, actually, what I'll do is I'll change the color.
Change the color. Yeah.
I'll change the color so that
Make
they
it
are.
purple. Like me.
I'll make it purple like you. 1,
Thanks.
2.
The second thing I'm going to say while you change the colors is,
Green.
Dan,
So
is there anything
assuming
about this in your book that you picked up?
Sorry, Simon has trouble seeing the ones that have changed.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
So, for players and people at home, assuming that the north end of the map is your 12 o'clock, the 3 that you recognize are at
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 11:30.
Okay. And those had been carved.
So they're like squares that look like, they're
Yeah, no, I meant inside.
In me.
Brenna.
inside Brenna. Yep.
I remember having. Yes, I have it on me. The crumpled list of runes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you remember that that reading it has an effect.
Yes. But only if we read them like out loud or something, right? Because we could look at them.
You could. Other people failed their checks.
Okay. how many runes were
You
on
can always cover up some of them too. and just read
in
'em one at a time.
Brenna? Like, were they only
That's
those?
a good question. How many were in me?
Yeah.
Or you mean are in you? Because you didn't
Yeah.
get rid of them. There are a
Yeah,
total
how
of
many are in
7.
me? 7 in me.
Okay, but the other 4 aren't part of this pedestal.
No,
No.
not that you recognize.
It could have
Hmm.
been a clue, you know.
Yeah,
Right, 7 runes in me.
they're all magical.
But they're all represent constants of an equation.
Do I
What-
have pi in me?
I don't know. Have you had a pie lately?
No.
Were they the worst pies in Mahakam?
Look, just don't eat city chicken, y'all.
Well, is that priest?
No, it's
That
worse than
one?
priest.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, tax collector.
Politician.
Ooh.
They're all rats.
It's so oily. Serve the doily, you know.
Yep.
But you should put it on a bun because you never know when that politician's going to run. You know, that's all.
Sorry, I just had to make, you know.
Yes. I just had to know if there was pie carved on my innards.
No.
But
The
there's
symbol
not.
for pie?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, okay.
the other symbols, what do they represent? Like, what type of?
Oh.
So, let me rephrase that. The 7 runes inside Brenna is a spell to make the person rise as some sort of like automaton after their death,
And you know
under the
that,
control of Valzor.
and you know that somebody just reading the runes. Well, no, the runes that are in, yes, under the control of someone else. You know that the runes themselves, you also have the effect of if you're red and they fail the resist magic charge, you can command.
Mhm.
It's a command spell for a number of rounds equal to the amount of what was it? The amount of a D10 number of rounds. Or
Yeah.
D10 number of
Mhm.
hours. I don't remember. I wrote it down. It's not in my. I don't have them in my notes.
Yeah.
open at the
But
moment.
the general gist is
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm like I can go back and find those.
No, that's okay. Because what I'm thinking of is these 3 magical theorems put together.
Mm-hmm.
Just these 3.
Mm-hmm.
Would they do something?
Yes.
What exactly? Like, because I gather I know what those, like,
Yeah,
if they're
you know-
constant, then it's like, okay, well, the one at 6 o'clock is a constant. That means
Yeah. You know that
Yeah.
these 3 represent fire, air, and water. Generally, in a mathematical sense, right? They're not like what you would use for spell crafting, but in a mathematical equation, if you wish to use the constant for, like, say, water as a magical element, like the magical effect of water, just
Mhm.
having water in your spell, this is the constant you use for it. It's like using the constant of gravity if you need something for velocity. Well, I mean,
Okay.
excuse me, gravity is a velocity. An acceleration.
so. And those were the 3 that were also inside Brenna. Is the constant for Earth anywhere in there?
No. And the constant for Earth is nowhere on this plinth either.
Interesting.
Okay. Do I understand the other constants?
That are on the plinth?
Yeah.
Yes.
What are they?
Okay. So let's go around the clock, starting at 12 o'clock. That is for, hold please, I want to make sure I have this correct. 12 o'clock is for population. And you know, usually when that is used in alchemical or magical formula, that it's talking about humanoids, because mages have a small hole in their understanding of other people's. They usually kind of default to human.
Okay.
So 12 o'clock is population. 2 o'clock is your representative of calm weather, like just a calm, sunny kind
Mm-hmm.
of day. 3 o'clock is your representation of the void.
Okay.
5 o'clock. Yeah. 5 o'clock is aether. I want to use the term here. Not chaos's magic or winds, but the way in which magic
Oh,
interacts.
but like the alchemical, yeah.
Yeah, it's aether. And then so then at 6 o'clock is air. At 7 o'clock you have the symbol for true alchemy, like what we would define as alchemy, turning lead into gold, right? You know, the alchemical ideal. 8 o'clock is the symbol used for immortality, sort of like constant, right? Never ending, never changing, perpetual constant. 9 o'clock is your fire. 11 o'clock is for lead, and your 11:30 is for water.
Okay. I'm going to be thinking, but also Kadern is going to bring it, walk back.
Mm-hmm.
And just ask, Math.
Yes. Did you see the carving on this statue? Quite beautiful, don't you think?
I
Yes.
actually saw another carving that I found quite beautiful.
Is it that statue?
No, it's the pedestal in the other room.
Oh. This
But-
is.
I would like a second opinion.
Oh. Of course. It would be my pleasure. Let me just. He sort of puts a little sketch pen ready, and he just like strides over. He comes to follow you. Really, there is. You can guess. It's
Well, we're
Arius.
waiting for Math to stride over, but I'll just be like, can I look at that book we found earlier?
I'll produce the book and hand it to Brenna.
You're looking at, you're doing good, important work, Sulk. I'm gonna try to decipher this book because you said it was written in code while you do that. I figured out a code once.
You
Do it
did.
again.
Mhm. You did.
Would you like to roll deduction?
I would love to roll deduction. Yes, I shall. I shall roll deduction indeed. Right there. Oh, that's real bad. Holy
Wow.
smokes.
Well, luckily in this game you
Wow.
can't go below 1,
Yeah,
but a -5 is real bad.
that's real not good.
So
I'm
you
holding
figure
the
it
book
out.
upside down at first.
You figure it out. You figured it all out.
You and so that's
I'm just baffled.
what is
What
the-
language is it written in? That's a good question too.
not it's a cipher. So
Oh, it's straight cipher. Okay. Well, like it wasn't sure if the characters were different.
no, there's no the characters look the same. It's just you decipher.
Okay.
It
Just gonna
doesn't
be
look like
sitting here
anything
for
you
a while.
recognize.
Hey, Hanzo,
And,
come look at this book with me.
and so
I know.
you'll lose 10 focus.
Sure.
Kidan, show me what is this? Where am I? And he sort of sees this plinth.
Yeah, and I'll show him the plinth with those things. And I'm like, there's few things in there that boggle the mind.
Hmm.
You see, and I'll start with the fact that they all match certain degrees of like the hour of a clock, the hands of a clock, except water.
Hmm. Mhm, mhm. Now, I will just. Math has an affect right now, which you may or may not be able to tell what it is. I don't know, but he has an interesting attitude. The first thing I would ask is, what is the mechanism of this plinth? There are these carvings. Are they on levers? Like, what are we looking at? We're just looking at. Are these?
So there's a like a raised step. That's the wider circle. Goes all the way around, and again, its dimensions are what they are.
large?
So it's the diameter of the full thing is it's 20 feet in diameter, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a little off on the map because of just the way the squares fell, but it's about 20 feet in diameter. And then in the center, it is 10 feet of diameter of this plinth, right? Or just over a little bit big, or just about. And in the center, then there's a little like thing, and the golden apple is resting on it. On the plinth, and that plinth stands about 4.5 feet tall. Right, it's about 4 feet tall because the pedestal itself is a foot off the ground, so it's a total of about 5 feet. Right.
So it's snatchable if one wanted to.
Yep. And these carvings are on squares that are about 3 inch or 5 inches square, that are raised from the rest of the plinth around the edges, but not the top. I'm making a description.
No, wait.
So like
they're on squares, right? So
Yeah.
presumably stone, right?
Yeah.
Around the plinth itself.
Yes.
And those squares are raised from the skin of the plinth.
Yes, exactly. They're like a bas relief.
Yep.
And even just looking at it, and because Brenna's already done it and Kadarn has told you that they are obviously have some form, they can be depressed into the plinth.
Mm-hmm. Seems like some sort of mechanism. Like a trap. One moment. One moment. He's going to do
Of course.
2 walk-arounds.
Mhm.
One, he's going to walk around the base of the pedestal, because I notice there are little spiky ridges.
Yeah, they're
He's
just
decorative. He's going to go and just see if there's any kind of, if they line up or don't line up with the sigils, and if so, which ones do and which don't, if there's anything interesting there. And then he's going to take one larger circle and just do a walk around of the entire room.
Mhm.
Just see if there are any sort of correlations on what's in this place to what's on the walls, the floor, or the ceiling. Because even though maybe not, like maybe there's like a whole, you don't know, like what if upstairs there's
so
like a
go
whole
ahead
thing?
and roll me awareness.
Absolutely.
While this is happening, I should ask what Durin and Arzo are doing.
During having patched things up, reapplied the breastplate after Arzo's ministrations. It's taking a hard look at that door.
The door to the north?
Yeah. Like, doesn't see a locking mechanism on this side. Just sees 2 door pulls.
Yep.
What's the air movement like in here?
You're gonna have to roll me an awareness for that.
Okay.
We'll come back to that one. Arzo.
I'm gonna help Brenna the best I can decipher this thingamabob.
Book. So the book. All right. Could you roll me a deduction then?
No, I know that Arzo's done some crime stuff. Maybe he's good at code.
So with math with a 20, the spikes that are going around the outside of the stone portion of the plinth, because again, remember the plinth itself is stone but also lead. It's lead on top and stone around, it's like 28. Very nice. We'll come back to that.
Lead on top. Lead on top on the
Yeah, where the golden apple is resting is lead. And then the rest of it is stone, and then it's like a lighter kind of stone. It's like the base, almost like a concrete. Which, yes, I can use in a medieval setting. The Romans invented it at me. So the spikes that are around that don't quite match up with any of the markings, mostly because it's very obvious that these are they're either 100% decorative or they're decorative support structure for the, as a bracing, basically. It's what they are. They're like slightly ramped bracers that you kind of look like they're just stabilizers. And because of the size of the larger diameter of the base versus the smaller diameter of the plinth itself, even though they're both at 12, the number of markings around the outside don't match up, so there isn't one that's exactly at 12 at the cardinal points the same way. One almost does, but again, it looks that's not intentional. There are, however, markings in the rest of the room. You are correct. There are 4 in each of the alcoves to the east, west, and south. Excuse me, I should rephrase that. There are 4 total, 1 to the east, west, and south in these alcoves. There is one here. At the right under the what looks like an outcropping of a statue. There are matching markings that match the symbols for lead, gold, and water.
Now you said there were 4?
Yes,
3,
and
yes?
there's those 3, and then there's one more that is also on the eastern side, but it isn't matching in the same way. It's on the floor, and that one matches the marking for populace or population or whatever you want to call it.
Where is it on the floor?
It's on the floor under the eastern in the eastern alcove. I marked it in red on
Oh,
your
I
map.
see it. Thank you. And I'm just going to point them out, as I do this, always important, make sure you look at the ceiling and the floor, and look at this. There are some of these symbols here as well. And to double check, they do not seem, because we have lead. You said lead, gold, and water.
They don't match where the other ones are, because you see water is the one at 1130.
Yep.
There is nothing that matched that. Period.
And also gold is not on that.
Gold
plinth.
could be true alchemy, but true alchemy is at 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
and lead is at 11. So none of them actually match.
No, so I should rephrase. That was my mistake, and that was GM misspeak because I had made a note the wrong way. The one that is for gold is for true alchemy, and it
Okay.
Yeah.
each of the ones that are around in these alcoves do match one on this plinth.
Yes,
But they're not, like, in the position.
Exactly.
No, they're not in the same positions. No.
Yeah, so
That's
that's
what we were talking
what I meant. Just so I can type them in though.
Yeah, it'd be really helpful to have them on
Type them
the.
in.
Yeah.
So what's the one on the south?
Okay. So it's population, gold, water around the room from east to west, east, south, and west.
Population, gold. Okay, so water.
Population is to your east. True alchemy is to the south, and water is to the west. The other marking that is for
That?
No, population's the red X.
population is the red X. What did I just say was the other one? I
You
go?
didn't say. You
None.
said you said gold was south
Gold.
and
Water.
Yeah, but before I
one?
mentioned population, I mentioned another one.
so that must be
Yes.
lead. This next to
Lead.
population.
Sorry. I am so sorry about this. I'm trying.
Yes.
So
Are-
lead is this one.
Mm-hmm.
Which means anything on the ceiling, by the way.
No, there's nothing on the ceiling. It is just, however, domed, and you heard the bells. Well, Brenna heard the bell coming from above in both rooms. It's just domed ceiling.
There was one other thing he wanted to look at, and
Yeah.
this is a different kind of thing, in the sense that he wanted to think, assuming that somebody built this
Mhm.
and somebody must have tested it.
Mhm.
He just wants to see if there are indicators of, well, it seems, Lord Doran, Lord Rasmi. I know that you have some sort of insecurity about your ability to do crafting outside of armor and weaponry, but I believe in you. So this is some sort of trappy sort of thing. You should come in and see it. I thought, as a person who I think is much better at crafting than you think you are, could you perhaps inspect this plinth and pedestal? And the questions I have in my mind are the following. One, when was this built, if you have some sort of sense? Two, what might this, there's clearly some sort of internal mechanism. What do you think this mechanism might do? Might it trigger something? Or do we have, like, what do you call it? Large bolt that might come from somewhere or something. What might this thing twist in some way? The bottom, what sort of surprises? And then lastly, this I thought would be exciting. If somebody's going to make something and test it, most likely they're going to touch things and reset things. And might you be able to tell with your sort of craftiness, some sort of ability to perhaps see if some things have been messed with a bit more than others. Now, I myself am perfectly capable of doing such a thing. Well, I'm not perfectly capable. It's not really this sort of a thing. It's not my thing, but I thought that I feel like you need a bit of a win. I mean, a bit of a boost to your confidence. So please, if you would, and I know you can do it.
So before you get that, would you like to know what you found out about the door?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have two giant iron rings. This door, the span of the door is about 20, the whole archway of the doorway to the north is 20 feet. The doors are slightly smaller than that, but the stone archway from side to side is about 20. And you have the iron rings and the iron bands across this heavy wooden paneled door, and it's good hardwood, good strong, very strong hardwood. Not a, you have and those iron rings are not sized for a dwarf. They're at humanoid, comfortable sort of height. They're a little high for humanoid, for humans and elves, but not too much, right? Within the bounds of what is acceptable, but still a little high for them. There is no lock on this side of the door that you can see. They do seem to pull inward, but you do not see any hinges on this side of the door. Also, there's no markings on the door itself. Some nicks of wear and tear, but other, most of those are on the bottom where it, skimmed across the stone.
Okay. There's going to be a future problem. Let me go and see what the current problem is. As I walk into the Doom room.
Uh-huh.
All right. Take a walk around and just go try and assess what this mechanism is. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know what the mechanism does.
Okay, you can roll me crafting for that.
Yeah. I am not a clever dwarf. I
You could
I just hammer things.
you hammer a lot
Um,
of things, but you hammer things well.
Hammer things very well.
It's hammer time.
25. The plinth doesn't seem to rotate. It seems to be a solid stone plinth itself. The lead that's across the top seems to have been added as it was after the fact. Each of the symbols that are popped out on those little carved stone squares can be depressed, and then you're pretty sure that they can be depressed and like pushed in enough that it'll hold in place. You can't tell without pushing them what would happen.
not going to do that. I will let other people who have a desperate need for this apple to press buttons. All right. So it's been here a while. Most of the stonework was done first. Lead was added later, and those buttons depressed. Looks like they might actually even latch once depressed. As for what it all does, I have no bloody clue.
All right. I'm going to do another 360 and see if there are. We only have one door, and that's to the north. Is that correct?
Yep.
So there's no other exit.
Nope.
Okay, I want to see if there are there any grates or holes at the bottom of this, at the bottom of the walls or above. Question like, for example, if we do it the wrong way, we're going to be like, is this room going to fill up with water, gas, sand, that kind of a thing? Falling rocks, falling wraiths. Looking
You
for,
can
like,
you can make a
trap is gonna
roll.
happen.
You can make a
What's
roll.
going to happen?
Um,
Right. Where might it come from?
Yeah. And going back to Duran's previous question about air flow from the door, there is the seam is rather tight on that door to the north, but there is a little bit of airflow behind, enough that you know that there is a space of a sizable bit behind it.
Is it going in? So is air moving past me, or is it air moving towards me?
It's air changing spaces. There's not a lot of flow. Usually when air is going in one direction versus another, there's a draw on it, right? There doesn't seem to be a draw. It just seems like, there's a large space, that there's a space on the other side that allows for airflow at the door point. Because spoiler alert for everybody who's ever watched one of those movies where they find, you sprinkle dust along the gap and you find the door. That only works if the space behind is of a smaller volume than the space that you're in. Because then that means that the airflow is going in a direction that the space is being flowed from one to the other. The fact that it's flowing is indicative, but it seems to be going in both directions, so you can assume that the volume of space on the other side is of enough of a comparable size.
Also, I was just trying to go like positive and negative pressure can also mean things.
Oh, this is true. Submarines.
So just all right. Again, that's
not
future problem.
It's not. It does not seem to be in any way pressurized.
Yeah, that was a mild concern because that looked like a very sturdy, but not necessarily wide-seamed door. So it's just like,
no,
there's a lot of cursed items. It looks like in here, and something coming out and pushing us into all of that would be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is wizard shit. You all have fun with wizard shit.
Ardso, with that wonderful 28 crit on your deduction.
I knew I asked the right guy.
Mm.
Ardso, real smart.
Ardso, you recognize a number of the. it's in code. You're pretty sure you could decode it if it took time. But a couple of the symbols you recognize are used by various groups as a couple of words you recognize are how to phrase this politely. For things like blood volume and, body parts, you're pretty sure it's somebody's experimental journal with living with living beings. You would need some more to actually decipher it, but that's like the first impression you get.
So, Brenda, I don't know what you were hoping that this would tell you, but what I'm gathering here is sometimes when I take notes on the experimenting with concoctions, but it seems like the patterns of these notes are very much that of a person conducting a particular science that has to do with instead of experimenting with what I'm familiar with is plants and herbs. This is with people. They are doing an experiment on people.
Do you think it could be Witcher
Living
experiments? Because, I've got all those runes inside me.
Can
I
Go ahead.
tell how old the book is?
With that 28, Arzo, you are pretty sure that the book is the book itself is maybe 5 years old at most.
Okay. All right, so it's not a very old journal, but it could be interesting information. Knowing what someone has been doing to some people could be helpful.
Knowing that this is experiments on people. I mean, I don't want to rip open any old wounds, but are you able to perhaps there is some sort of alternative Witcher thing in here? Perhaps something that strays from the norm?
I don't think what is done to me is reversible. If that is what you're trying to get at.
Perhaps I'm not saying it is reversible. I'm saying that perhaps somebody is experimenting to try and replicate.
That is possible.
So
there's lots of mages who are in on the whole witchering thing.
And it seems to be
it could be
you have a
completely
very
different
particular set of skills, right?
I do. Yes. Interesting. It could be completely different experiments. Could be like some type of, I don't know, we've been ran into some weird things recently. So
well, let's hold on to it and see if we can't come across anything.
That sounds like a good plan. Nods, thinking of vivisections.
Thinking fondly of vivisections?
Maybe fondly reminiscing of some vivisections. Maybe some not so fond recollections of some vivisections. There's a wide variety of vivisections that Brenna has undergone.
So, what is Darren and Math do?
Well, with that potential new information.
Oh, I had the question about the places for traps to spring upon us.
You do not did you roll the awareness?
Do you want to roll awareness? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. That is my apologies.
No worries. 14.
14? No, you do not see any. You don't see anything along the floors. You don't see anything in the ceiling. Well, for what you can see of the ceiling, because again, it is dark, and ceiling is at least 20 feet up. So, but it's domed, and you don't think you see anything that looks. Put it this way: you don't see anything that looks obviously like a trap, like there was the very obvious pendulum trap at the top in the beginning of this hallway.
Well, I don't know if you noticed there are some symbols over there and there. Some of those match those. That seems very interesting. And these symbols, you said that you knew what they were. And so I think that he would sort of like have you sort of like point all of them out.
Hmm. Does
Well-
the plinth doesn't look like we can rotate it, can it?
No.
Not that it's going to change anything because they don't match up anyway. It would have
So-
to be at 90-degree angles.
So I had a thought. This is just a thought. You know, I'm not in your space, and I normally work with plants, you know, natural things. But so if you did that thing in the room earlier, yes, with that sort of ruby apple.
Oh, you mean unmake magic? Yes.
Yes, and it was lead.
Yes.
Yes. So, you said that this here was true alchemy, and what we know that the dream of some sort of alchemist who cares about that sort of a thing wants to turn lead into gold. We have now a lead apple disguised as ruby. We have a gold apple here on a leaden top. We have both symbols for gold and lead, and I will note that two of them are not just on the plinth, but on these alcoves as well. That seems to be a bit of a pattern, and I don't know if this is actually a thing, but it seems to be a bit of a interesting.
Quick question, GM.
Yes.
The alcove, like let's say the one with the word lead on it,
Mm-hmm.
does it look like it could hold an item in it? How big is it?
I mean, they're like alcoves that span the wall, so you could put
So it's-
people in there if you wanted. But there's
Okay.
nothing like there's not like a shelf or a protrusion or something
Yeah, yeah.
obvious that you would.
Okay.
You know, it's not like this item goes here and this item goes there. No, it doesn't look anything like that. And in fact, most of those carvings are just carvings on the wall in the center of the alcove.
One more thing I'm going to do, which I haven't done since entering the room, I believe,
Yes, you have not.
is just use my magic training to see if there's anything magical in here
Mhm.
before we do anything else. I will burn 2 of my luck on it to get a 21.
21. Nothing in this space is magical.
Not even the golden apple.
No.
It's kind of disappointing.
Now, I do have one question for you, Kadan. I have
Aye.
seen you recently touch things with your chaos magic and move things with your chaos magic as you did, you know, in the other room. Would it not be a possibility I was all in that other room and then you just, you know, use your chaotic?
Unfortunately, it has a certain limit to how
Yeah.
far I can move something.
Oh, I see.
And in this very particular instance, I would have to still be in this room.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bother. Because I don't know about you. I cannot tell in what way, but I'd listen, actually, Countess, Your Eminence,
Yes.
you know, let's just all of us together rehearse something. So you have some sort of evil mage who has, for some, who is upsetting nature, which is the most important thing. But apparently
Yes.
does not like you all for some reason I don't understand, and has stolen an apple from a higher vampire as part of some sort of plot to get you all murdered. Again, I don't understand
Mostly
why.
also murdered.
And all of his brothers. I don't really understand what that's all about. But I just want to sort of bring this up because I said putting it in your mind to think about, Countess. So this evil mage who's offending all of nature by pretending to be Baldwin or something like this,
Mhm.
has put this apple on this pedestal in this dungeon, which seems like a bit of a, well, why would you do that? That assumes clearly some sort of a trap.
Ego?
No, wait, this is some sort of a trap, clearly, right? Where we're going to have to try to do the things to
Brenna's
get
like,
it.
it could just be ego, like, ha ha, I stole an apple from a high vampire.
Uh,
I don't know. That's what Brenna
but-
would do if she stole something cool.
But why would you put it here in this dungeon, all set up as a trap, right? Unless you assumed that, I mean, that assumes people are going to come after it here in this dungeon. And this mage of yours could live anywhere, yes? It could be in any sorts of places. Why placing it here under Mahakam? So my question is, it seems to be as if he's trying to do something, and he's going to assume. I mean, if it's going to be here and he knows you're here, that's assuming that you would go look for this. You see, there's a bit of a setup here, is what I'm trying to say. You don't do this sort of a thing just for no reason unless you're. If you didn't want anyone to find it, he wouldn't put it here. He'd hide it. He'd keep it on his person or something like this. This is a sort of a trap for people who want to find it. And presumably the only people wanting to find it would be either this higher vampire, or if he's so obsessed with you, then you. So this seems to be made specifically then, or could be, it's a hypothesis, or it's been made specifically for this group to stumble upon, especially presuming that he has been following your movements, to be found on purpose to challenge you or do something most likely unpleasant. So let me ask this, since I assume you all know this evil mage in some better way, what sort of thing would he do? Because we could think about his psychology, as it were, what sort of man is this? What sort of habits does he have, or vices? When he likes to tamper with people, to toy with them through ego or whatnot, and what habits does he have in doing so? Perhaps that might let us know a bit of the, is he arrogant? Is he, what do we know about him to perhaps figure out what this trap might, what sort of telltales might be in this trap? Because it's clearly targeted. You wouldn't, I mean, honestly, if I didn't want someone to have this golden apple, I just wouldn't put it on a plinth in the middle of a dungeon, a sort of strange thing. I'd have it on me, I'd have it in a pocket or something like this, So what would you say, Your Eminence?
She's just deadpan, completely expressionless, looking at you this whole time, like, yeah, obviously it's this asshole, like, whatever. Because well, he likes minions. I don't.
He rarely does anything by himself.
Yes.
Interesting. All right.
I've only met him a few times, usually on the experimentation or dissection table, so didn't really get to know him all that well.
He's dissected you.
Oh, yes.
Why?
Experimentation on witches.
Oh, I see. He experiment. Okay, continue on.
It was like, yeah, like duh, mages, of course mages experiment on witches.
But he personally did. I mean, on you.
Yes,
personally.
I was a difficult case.
Did you escape him? Is that why he's chasing you down?
No. I very willingly complied with the dissections.
Not like you had
Sorry,
much of a
Pope's
choice.
face. It's killed me. I really haven't seen him in several decades in person, perhaps except for that one time where he looked like Baldwin, maybe. He doesn't like to do things by himself. He likes to get cohorts. Hence, this Gimna fellow probably had some things to do. Yes.
An idea,
Yes.
Kader, is pointing to the lead apple. This safe now?
I don't think it's safe. I'm not quite sure if it is.
Didn't you?
Damn.
Didn't you break?
I was just going to think, huck one apple at the other one.
Oh,
I disarm the illusion, but it seems that it is still trapped.
The other option, of course, is that our Lord Razmi, who again still needs a win, I could shoot the apple off of the pedestals we're all standing inside
I
of.
will
He's-
also say is that this Elzor likes to make things very much overcomplicated and
Mm.
very convoluted.
Now,
Yes.
why do you think he does that? Do you think he's
He's-
insecure?
Insecure, petty, and arrogant. What's the word I used earlier? Kind of a dick.
Yeah. So he
Someone who
needs-
didn't get a lot of hugs when they were little.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
probably not.
Yes.
Egotistical. That's it. Yeah.
Egotistical. Yes. So he's targeting you all. Why?
No, I
Lord,
don't know.
Lord Ardzo, why would he be targeting you? With all
Isn't
this?
that a great question? We would all love to have known the answer months ago.
This has been going on for quite some time. He's been targeting you then.
Well, if not targeting us, we always seem to wind up in the middle of whatever it is he's concocting,
Well, this doesn't seem.
which would be an awful lot of coincidences, is all I'm saying.
Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
Yes. I don't know. Do you all have some sort of secret connection to each other that he's hounding you this way?
I mean, I know his cousin, but that's about it. I didn't even meet Odzo until
Hmm,
somewhat recently.
Hmm.
Same for
Interesting.
him.
Interesting. Well, so perhaps motivation will not help us figure out what this is about. But my guess, and of course it's just a guess, is that I think this sort of
Inflict pain and miseries is probably it.
Yes, but I mean, there's so many people you could inflict pain and misery upon. There's an entire continent to inflict pain and misery upon.
Yes,
Why
but can you
all?
do it
But-
in convoluted and complicated ways using other people?
Certainly. I mean, the question is.
He's probably doing it.
Oh well.
We might also be overthinking it.
Yes. So
This entire place might belong to one of his minions. Surely Arlzor could have warded some of it just
certainly.
because.
Mm.
But
Anyway, my guess would be gold and lead. Lead first, then gold. That would be my guess.
there's also water.
Yes, but you don't turn water into gold. You turn lead into gold, don't you?
Do you need water for the
No.
alchemical process?
What I'm thinking is we already have lead in this room, we already have gold in this room, but we do not have water, nor do we have population. Which
No,
would
so
be
we all need to
human.
stand in here and splash around. Sorry, I couldn't say that with a straight face.
Well,
I'm
that's
just-
the thing. I'm
I
not
just imagine
quite
us all setting
sure.
up like a slip and slide in this room. It was a terrible, beautiful mental image.
So you said that you knew some of these symbols previously from somewhere else?
Yes,
Um,
I've seen them before, partly in my studies.
And your countess, you said you know some of them as well?
I know that one, that one, and that one.
In what context? Did you
They're,
know
they're
them
in me.
What they're what?
I think one's on my spleen.
What do you mean they're your spleen?
It's like carved.
What
She
do you
did tell
mean?
you about the vivisection.
Well, I didn't know why. I didn't ask. I was like, it seems personal.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, there's rarely something more personal than carving magical theorems on someone's innards.
So did this Alzor do that?
I'm going to assume so, yes.
Carve those things. All right. So you then have which ones on inside of you?
Points to water, air, and fire.
All right. So your water then perhaps. Which means there are
Perhaps.
two waters in the room. And this one you say is sort of human, which could be you, Kadan. Presumably he did not factor me into this thing. So if the Lady Witcher's water, and if
I'm gonna pull out
you
my canteen.
are the human, then we're just looking at lead and gold, which some sort of transformation our Lord Ardzo could be somehow implicated in that as well.
I'm not quite sure about any of what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm just guessing. I'm just thinking because you were the one who seemed to be concerned about there not being two waters or two populations. I think those might just be perhaps just what do you call it? Red herrings.
I'm gonna draw a smiley face on the water thing on the wall with water from my canteen.
My guess is perhaps you just.
There's
I mean,
nothing magical in this room, which means that if there is a trap, if there is some sort of
It's mundane.
mechanism, yeah, it is very mundane.
I'm
Most
so
likely
sorry.
tied to the pushing of the buttons.
Yes, and as you press the buttons correctly, then good things happen. You press the buttons incorrectly, or you just try to take the apple, and then bad things happen, I assume. Perhaps your teleportation happens. Like,
Time to Indiana Jones this. Get the bag of sand.
so, for all we know, actually, it might be, I do want to point out again that I assume it must have been this Alzor who was spying on you through that communications device earlier in the other
It
room.
would not surprise me.
So he knows we're here, and he's been watching us, most likely sending off those wraiths to test our capabilities, to see what we could do, that sort of a thing. You wanted my thoughts, Kadan. My thoughts on that. I feel like lead to gold seems interesting, since we have a theme of both lead and gold in multiple places. We have apparently symbols in this her eminence's body. Interesting. That I don't know what that's about. So yes, so those you wanted my thoughts on that, Kadan, and now you have them. I hope that is helpful. I appreciate this brainstorming between equals that we're doing right now. It's very pleasant. It's like like what people do when they're in
A team.
Yes, that's the word. I couldn't think of what that word would be. Yes, like people who are in a team and they just talk to each other and naturally confer.
Artzel, what are you doing? Well, the rest of them are staring at this plinth. By the way, Brenna, when you put water from your canteen on the mark for water, it does nothing. It just makes it wet.
I just have a wet smiley face. That's fine. It's enough to make Brenna happy for the moment.
Arzo is completely lost in all of this. His riddles and puzzles are not what his brain has adapted around. It's been different types of problem solving. So he's trying to put the pieces together and listen to what's going on, but it almost seems like it's making him more and more confused with every word that is said. And he's like in the middle of a very large lake on a leaky canoe without a paddle.
Fair. So what are you going to do, everybody?
Math has given his assessment to Kadan, and so he'll step outside of the room again for them to do what they're going to do on this one.
My biggest suggestion, based upon everything that you've discussed, is leave the fucker alone.
Well, I would leave the sample here. And Kadan just side eyes at Brenna.
Brenna's looking like, oh, what? She's looking up like to this, like if there was a lovely, pleasant sky above her, she might be looking at that, but there's not. And
now, to be one thing I can contribute to is we know someone is looking for this apple, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then why don't they come down and do it?
I don't know where it is.
We don't know where it is?
But you know
I
where
mean-
your friend is.
I don't know where Ted Left currently is. No. Is this the time to say, I did tell him we were going to Mahakam, though. I left a note. I don't know if she'd say that out loud, like, but it's where we'd be.
Do you say that out loud?
No, she has a look on her face though, because again, she's terrible with anything involving empathy or human perception. So there's like vague expressions that cross her face that say she's not saying everything. When she says, "I don't know where he is right now. He could be anywhere."
I don't think it's going to be moving anytime soon.
We don't know that.
Fairly certain. If you're going to go to that sort of elaborate extremes,
But what if it's as simple as like boop, boop, boop? You push all the three buttons and then you can take it and go, and then what's his face comes back and just boop, boop, boops and takes it.
yeah, but I'm also looking at that blood smear over there, and something tells me it's not that simple.
Yeah, is that blood smear on the actual floor? Is that just an affectation of this map?
Where the blood smear on
Giant
the
blood
plinth
smear.
pedestal.
on the plinth pedestal?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
giant,
no, that nope, that's there.
That's there. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, we
So-
talked about
How old
we
is
talked
it?
about that. We talked about that last week.
I don't recall that at all. How old is it?
Oh, it's old and dried. It's very
Yeah,
old. It's
Very
something tells me
old.
it's not simple. So
It could be simple if you know of what to do.
how about we finish up with this necrophage problem, and then you can hunt down Elzor, torture him, do whatever you is you need to get the combination, as opposed to just pressing random buttons and dying.
You're funny, Lord Razmi.
But also, torture came out of that pretty quickly. That was
Well,
like the
there's already
top
been all
thing.
this talk of vivisection and dissection and carving things on spleens. I figure that's the kind of relationship that y'all have.
I mean, I really.
I've never met those people in my life. I've just known them for the last 2 days. I don't know what sort of things they do for fun.
And I'll have you know that the vivisection was entirely consensual.
I don't know if
He
you use the word
vivisected me
correctly,
too.
though, actually. Because usually vivisection, you're dead. So I assume we're talking about exploratory
No, that's
surgery.
an autopsy or a dissection.
Yes, it would be an autopsy at some point or dissection.
vivisection does require somebody to be alive because the
It does. Yep.
root stem of the word vive means life.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why it's a vivisection, not a dissection.
You
or
would
a
know that had you gone
autopsy.
to school, Lord Math.
School is school, civilized school. They just teach you lies
Like the
because-
definition of vivisection.
because they're too confused or they're too in love with civilization and progress.
Oh.
But progress is only a fantasy, you see.
Yeah, philosophy only gets us so far. So,
Yes.
but the thing in my section here, as we've all been like apprentices, just staring at the iron and just trying to will it to become a dagger.
Hmm.
So we're going to leave it alone.
Do something.
Oh, we're just going
And
to
I'm
leave.
more pointing towards the doors as opposed to the apple.
I think then I would agree with Lord Ramsey. Razmi, sorry. And I will go keep on looking at each magical thing that was in the room, trying to make sense of what's in here.
Most of them, it's not going to be hard. I won't make you roll for them. The majority along the outside edge are again power stones. That you are sure power the ward that you ran into.
So you mean like this one?
2 of these you moved there, so yeah, all of them now at this point on this left-hand side of the map. Sorry, that was not intentional.
But yeah, all of those on that side are just power stones.
Yep. You have this one,
then-
which is the apple that you've changed,
Mhm.
and then these 2 are not. Under
So
the
I will go
statue.
look at these 2 then. Once
Well,
I've gone through the power stones.
One of them's the brazier. I don't
Yes, the
remember
brazier,
last
it's right.
one.
Yeah, there's the
Yes.
brazier, but the other one I have no idea what it
That's
is.
the
This.
third one.
This is underneath something you haven't found what it is.
Yeah. Could I get a hand?
You've said everything in this place is trapped or dangerous, so
Yes. So could I get a hand?
I'll-
It just mutters, "Can I get an apple?" But it's
I can
far
lend you
away.
the pavis.
Fine, fine. I'm here.
I assume you're just
Would
going
you
to
like
tell this
one or
higher
two
vampire.
hands?
I assume you're just going to tell the higher vampire where to find it. I mean, I doubt
If I
anyone's going
run
to take
into
it
him-
since it's a trap.
But I mean, he couldn't kill him.
Well, so then you should just let him get it. I don't think anyone else will get it before he does.
I do agree with Lord Math. I do feel like if he's looking for it, then he can come and get it. And we
There's
can just
just-
tell.
In Brenna's imagination, she's like handing him this apple, and he's just like, "Oh, so
then they make
happy to
out.
get this apple."
She wants the brownie points, is what she
Well,
wants.
Course she
maybe
wants the
maybe she
brownie
should
points.
share that daydream with her
Yeah.
husband.
What?
Or just with the
He's-
rest of the.
He's not here.
Mm.
Why would she tell the rest of the group? The only two people who know anything are Kadern and maybe Artsu. I think Artsu knows. Because I think Yanto told everybody.
No, Yanto did not tell everybody. But he.
Yeah,
I remember
now I'm just
Arzo-
picturing
Arzo
Yato
knows.
with like
Yeah.
one of those like prior tubes from Golden Age of Hollywood, just yelling about
Because he
the
didn't tell people
Countess of Death.
outside of our circle. He did not tell,
But
for
he
example,
told
Zerny,
everyone in the circle.
because they needed to know because there was a vampire might try to murder them. And by everyone, that's like 2 people. He told 2 people.
But like murder in a hot way.
Just like you told Billy where your Discord was.
No, because
Oh.
I didn't tell him. So that's
Oh.
different. Right? I didn't tell him where the Discord was, but Yanto did tell
Yeah, Brenna is just
2 people.
pouty, begrudgingly going to help Kadern because she's used to Kadern's magical bullshit.
So,
Wow,
One hand or two?
Sure, you could have said talent.
Well,
You
no,
could
she
have
doesn't
said-
say that out loud. That's Brenna's mind. She'll telepathically say, "Do you want one hand or two?"
Depends what we're gonna have to lift. So there is something magical
mhm.
in
Un-
here.
Underneath a pile of gold, which again, a range of ages,
Yeah.
and authorities, nations.
Can you,
Mhm.
Brenna,
Mm-hmm.
just slowly move the gold about until I tell you to stop?
Matt's going to go to the original entrance to this room because they're messing with trapped things. So he's going to, be closer to where they need to leave from rather than otherwise, in case, in case.
Makes sense.
Brenna will be more than happy to move things. I say more than happy. She is a little pouty. Only Kadern and Artsu can probably tell because they know Brenna better, but she is quietly pouty.
And you'd have to care about other people's feelings for
Exactly.
to pick up on that if you
Mhm.
Mhm.
So you moved a bunch of these things, and you find underneath a inlay in the wood of the floor. And again, it's hardwood floors, beautiful hardwood floors, and this point is a wood inlay, perfectly seamed to give a 3D effect with shading, multiple pieces of wood to do so. A lot of time and effort went into
And what does it look like?
a compass rose.
Oh,
And where is that?
it's the magical thing, but
Here.
that's
one?
very interesting.
There are a bunch of magical things here, and you haven't seen all of them, right?
Yes, I did. We just went through very
Yeah.
quickly the ones on the left. They're
Yeah.
all basically power stones
Okay.
to power the wards.
Yeah.
But this one here, this compass rose,
Mhm.
which, I mean, can I magic it?
Magical
Just-
training it?
Yeah, because it basically does something. It has a magical effect, right?
Yep.
So let me try to understand what that is. With the 23.
The 23, you see that there are small depressions that you can move the compass in various directions. And shift the north point. It's also right next to the brazier and working that you know that these two things worked together. The brazier lights all of the lights in the room.
Mhm.
And this might do something else with the entire room. Like a, well, orientation perhaps.
Like shift the whole room.
Perhaps.
Or it's a dimmer switch for braziers.
Wood
Um,
inlay dimmer switch. I mean, I've seen worse.
Is it
People,
mahogany?
gather around. Where is north right now?
It's actually true north. Well, someone needs to roll wilderness survival because you've underground and you've moved in multiple
No.
directions.
Well, on the compass, where is
Oh,
north?
where is
pointing?
north right now?
Yeah.
Pointed to the eastern wall where the door is open.
Over here.
Mhm.
Well, that entire wall.
Yes, that's where it's pointed to.
Is it right in front of the brazier so that it's also pointing at the brazier, or no?
Yes. Well, yeah. Effectively.
Okay. I'm about to attempt what we call in the magical world some cool shit.
Moving them into the hallway
Hand on my
towards the exit.
sword.
I would
steadying my
ask all of you
stance.
to either step away from this room or stay inside the room.
What are you going to do?
Potentially alter the entire geography of this place.
Oh, what? He comes over to see what you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Arzo
Thinks
starts to
about
set
stepping
up
in the
a
apple room.
Arzo starts to set up a healing tent.
Where?
So there's the room with the pinwheel and all of that's not the word you used, but
the
The
plinth,
plinth down here?
yes,
the golden
yes.
apple room.
Yes.
So the room close to where Arzo's currently standing,
Mm-hmm.
so he can drag a body
Yeah.
far enough away.
So close to the doors. Good to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
So, just you're saying that moving this compass rose might move this room we're in,
Yes.
or perhaps the other room.
It might alter how the entire thing where the entire thing leads.
Interesting. Well, this gives me two thoughts. One, that it might, if it doesn't move this room, it might move the other room. And if that were the case, you might then be able to align the lead with the lead and the gold with the gold.
It is what I am thinking.
Alternately, we move this room about, and instead of seeing that room, we see the actual room with the actual golden apple, which is in, possibilities. But I would imagine if we're going to be moving things about, we should probably all be this close together. Lord Durin, Lord Razmi, if you would, I wouldn't like us to be all teleported to some sort of other place and you'll be left here.
I am perfectly fine with you all disappearing and I'm left in my home city. That sounds fine.
Well, all right then.
Understandable.
Well,
And it's like, so very bad.
you are injured. If you lots of creatures set upon you, you won't have any help.
I'm decent at running.
All right. Well, it's your choice. But just please note, if you are murdered terribly, I am not responsible for your death.
All right, let's Howl's Moving Castle this shit and open the different doors to the different places. Or whatever this thing does. We're gonna find out.
So, who's doing what?
I need to know who's in the room, who's out of the room.
I'm in the room right across from you.
Okay.
Because you needed a helping hand.
And Durin is the only one who stepped away.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And Ardzo's on the other side of the same room that we're in now.
Welcome
Then
in, Raiders, to our Witcher Family of Wraiths game. We appreciate that from Valdrianth bringing your crew over. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming in for that wonderful raid. I would just like to point out that this moment,
We're about to do something super intelligent.
yeah,
And probably
Sure.
not. And y'all said I should leave the apple.
Also,
That's what I'm gonna say if this goes horribly wrong.
Well, getting the apple probably would not have helped. You know.
Helped Brenna
Mm.
feel better as she dies terribly from this.
Well, if
I-
doesn't get the apple.
I will turn the compass 90 degrees.
Oh, before he does that, you said we can make a wilderness survival check to see if we can figure out which way is it's the actual true north.
yes,
I would like to do so, or attempt to do so.
okay, you may indeed.
23.
23. You remember where you're weaving through, and because
Mhm.
again, you're underground, so it was a little bit of effort and time.
Yes.
But you remember the weaving through and the directions that you moved through and how everything's changed. And
Mhm.
you know that true north is the room with the golden apple.
Oh no, I
To
will
the
before
south
Kidam
of you.
turns it. I will
I
say,
was actually going to say I'm going to turn it 90 degrees towards the room to the south.
Brenna will also chime in though with that way is true north if you want to.
Because in my mind, it's like no cheating. But if this is moving the room, then we're
Mhm.
keeping one exit towards where Durin went, one exit
Mhm.
where the apple went. Apple is. I'm not quite sure, but that's what we're going with.
Uh, So you're going clockwise? Is that right?
Would that be? Yeah, I guess that would be clockwise,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Because we're
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, no, well, you said that the compass rose is facing to the wall that is to our so west.
No.
If true north is to the south.
No.
Yes.
Right now, basically, it's facing this way.
Yes, that's what I thought, which is west. If the south is true north.
Yeah, if the apple room is true north, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so if you then turn it 90 degrees clockwise so that it is then going to be facing true north, that would, let us say that actually in some way turns the plinth or the world around it in some way. That would take alchemy, which is here, and move it to be about here, which would not align up with gold.
They cannot align one
No,
way
they
or another.
cannot.
They
You're
can't.
right.
No,
No.
because lead and
And
gold
water
are
are right
not
next to each
at-
other.
Yeah,
Yes. Well then, carry on then.
And with
mind
that,
you, by turning it 90 degrees, yeah, population would match lead and lead would match population.
Mm.
Whatever that does.
you push the compass rose, you turn slowly in the direction 90 degrees that ends up pointing to your 6 o'clock alignment with true north. And that's where we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll explain
course.
everything that happens.
Woohoo.
When we come back, we are making new characters.
Hey,
That we'll have
everybody.
to go get the old character.
Hey, everybody, stretch, bio, refresh yourselves, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. and in a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you're refreshed, stretched, bio, do all the important things as now the wonderful people, players are in a room. They know is tied to various magics, and as the mage Kadern presses this compass rose inlay and turns it slowly 90 degrees so that the north point on the compass rose now aligns with true north. The entire room shifts, twists. Ooh. Durin, you see it just a wall appear in front of you, and you are in darkness. There's nothing.
Torch.
Huh?
Torch.
Torch. There's a big wall in front of you. Stone wall. It looks 100% natural. You could walk up and touch it. It's not smoothed over. It's nothing like the cavern you're in where it's obviously been worked, perhaps. But this is a naturally occurring stone wall of some sort. The rest of you feel a lurch and then movement and a silence as the room spins 90 degrees and then keeps spinning. And the room with the apple to the south stays with you, but you feel the whole thing spinning and rotating and twisting.
Oh no.
You feel the pressure in your ears building. You have to pop them. And then the pressure changes in the space. And the room settles. And the door and hallway where Durin is are gone. Or were, I should say. It's gone. And now you only have the room with the plinth below you and the doors to your, well, south, as you know it, because true north is, well, you assume. Maybe? Or, well, it was. You don't know. The whole space feels like it's shifted and twisted and turned.
Look at Kadern, like, you good? Wait for Kadern to have a reaction before I do anything.
He stands amazed. And then we'll look at basically what would be the opposite wall where like the door that was to the south must have shifted there, right?
No, it's like the two pieces moved together.
With us.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So the door that was to the south, the room with the plinth moved with the
Yeah.
treasure
We
room.
basically rotated your map 90 degrees clockwise.
Except the
Yes.
door that was open where Durin was is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you only
Yeah, okay.
have the door, which is that large wooden door, which
Mhm.
was when you assumed to the south of the
Mhm.
a direct opposite of the plinth
Apple
room.
room.
Hmm.
I'm gonna cautiously walk over. Kadern looks fine, so I'm good.
Man, he's not
Yeah,
dead.
he
He hasn't
looks
exploded.
fine.
Whatever. What the fuck?
She waited like a little, several moments. Does it look like any of the symbols on the plinth have changed or changed directions or on the walls?
Roll me an awareness.
Because we all made notes of where those were. 23.
23 is very good. As it seems like things have moved.
Aha.
On the walls, at least.
On the walls, at least.
What
Water
has
is now
changed?
to on the map east, and lead is now on the west. Water and lead have just switched places.
They swap places. I'll say that.
Okay, wait. Yeah, they swap places to where?
Water,
Dave, there is one.
lead was here, and now water's there. Water
Uh,
was here, now lead's here.
but gold remained.
is
Gold
the
remained,
same.
and the mark for population remained. Nothing changed on the
Hmm.
plinth.
And nothing changed on the plinth. Yeah, none of the little ones moved, but those two on the wall have shifted.
You could roll a deduction if you wish.
Yeah, if
Yes, please.
Simon's brain is
Deduction is always a
not
valid.
great. 21.
With a 21, Kadarin is pretty sure that the reason the ones on the wall have shifted is because the room moved, right? Not because anything magical happened in the room, but because the two pieces moved together,
Oh,
the outside, and those were on the walls when they shifted
okay,
through
so
space.
basically it's like if we had, so there would be like, let me just draw it very quickly. There would be like another wall, which is what I'm drawing in red
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
around here.
Yes, on the
Well, I don't
outside.
see it anymore because it fucked up.
Yeah.
Um,
It's because it's on the
and we're moving within it.
yes. It's
Ah,
almost like the room is in a corridor or a bottle or something else, and you've shifted
Mhm.
and moved around inside, and so those markings that were on those outside walls are now in different places because you've shifted the inside piece.
but it didn't bump them all 45 degrees, 90
It did
degrees.
not
That's
bump
quite
them all.
interesting. Yeah.
But you can recall that it didn't seem like the room just moved 90 degrees. It seemed like the room moved a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Even though you moved the compass rose only 90 degrees, the room itself twisted and turned and went around in multiple directions.
Brenna, can you come back?
Yep.
I will reset the compass to what it was.
Again, you feel that motion, that twisting, that turning. It feels like your ears want to pop. You feel the pressure rising in this space. The door that you saw previously with Durin returns. Durin, you now see them again,
We're alive.
and
Yeah, those two symbols swap again.
the two if you go back and check, the two symbols swap again. I'm
Yeah,
assuming you're going to do that.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Also, Lord Rasmi,
Yeah.
good. You can come in. It's all safe.
Looks in hesitantly and steps in. Whatever you did, replace doorway with natural stone.
Yeah, we're,
Unworked.
it's strange, but there's feels like there's a second layer of walls.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm gonna do is
Turn it just to
seeing
80-bit.
yeah, seeing where population is on the map,
Mm-hmm.
right? Would you say, Deirdre, that there's about a
Which
half
that
hour
didn't
between
move.
population and lead? No, because pop is on the ground.
Yeah. Which I
So-
found interesting. Yeah.
Would you say there's like a half hour difference if we were on a clock between population here and lead here?
Perhaps, yeah. You can make that an argument.
Okay. Because it's the other thing that is weird on the
It's like reverse because water would be.
well, it's because we've got lead, water, and pop who are very, very close together.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to see if I move it just a tiff. What's gonna happen to like the things on the wall? Like I turned it 90 degrees, which is something that you would expect of, you know, a proper turn, let's say. But can I do just 10 degrees? Can I do 20 degrees? Like, is the room, I'm trying to figure out if the room in question is like locked to certain degrees.
Ah, yes.
Or
like
if we can-
sometimes with like a miter saw you if the preset. Yeah.
Because what I'm thinking is I switched it to 90 degrees, but it spun for longer than that.
Mhm.
So is it because it spun until it clicked and locked? Like is what I'm trying to find out.
And also, all of these symbols that are on the outside, the one on the floor is carved in the floor. And
Yep.
So they're okay.
The others are on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking that population might
Be a clue.
be
But
a
they're
clue,
all-
mean
But
something.
they're all carved, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not
And-
raised in any way.
Kadan, what if there might be other symbols carved on the floor that we cannot see because they are currently covered by these pillars and whatnot? And if you did move it just a smidge, perhaps we will uncover different symbols. Maybe not, but maybe.
But the pillars never moved.
Mm-mm.
But
No, the
weren't
only thing that moved
Things
was
that
the
moved was the
carvings on the
walls.
walls inside the alcoves.
So yeah.
Yes,
So think
yes.
of it. So basically that's what I'm gonna try to do by
Think of
moving
it like a bottle in a cardboard
slowly.
box.
Yeah.
right, but
Where the bottle, the
but those
cardboard box is the alcoves,
Mhm.
not the pillars. The pillars are in the bottle.
But the I'm sorry, I'm talking about the alcove, right? Because there's like a
Yes.
Yes.
pillar that's the alcove, and
Yeah, no,
has-
that's what I'm
No,
I'm
that's not-
trying to do it
yeah.
by switching it to like a half like let's take the 12 hours of a clock.
Mhm.
If I move it just a half hour, is it going to force me to go full hour?
Mhm, mhm.
Or can we be in between and thus not see anything on the walls? Like
Mhm.
I'm trying to see what our limitations are.
Mhm.
But yes, I agree with you, Lord Math. This is a very interesting toy to play with. And is Durin in the room now?
Yes, barely.
Awesome. The moment I
You don't
see
wanna
that
be- you don't
Durin
wanna
is
be
in the room,
bisected. Lord Jordan, step a bit away. You don't want to be bisected by a natural
Yes.
stone wall.
Good. 30 degrees clockwise, 30-minute clockwise.
You feel the room start to shift. Shudders, it twists. You feel that rising pressure. Feel that pop. Click. Click. Room settles. Again. Things have moved.
It's the same setup as when.
And if you
Uh,
look
yeah.
down, Cadarn, at the compass rose inlay in the floor, even though you tried to move it only 10 degrees, compass rose itself went
Well,
90.
Okay, so right now 90 seems to be the
The
first.
smallest increment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Degrees clockwise. So we know that this works. Brenna, could you come back in?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Let's
just
do-
to
oh.
clarify,
Yes.
when you moved at 90, it went more than 90.
It twisted and moved and felt like it went longer than 90 degrees because the entire room moved together. And the walls of the alcove that you see that these carvings of lead, water, and True Alchemy / Gold are pawn. The gold one doesn't change, but the lead and the water do. They don't move, and it seems, and based on the deduction roll that Kaderin rolled, he can deduce that the rooms are jointly inside something else that has an outside, and when it twisted around and moved around, it ended up in a position where those two ended up shifted, flip-flopped. But the population doesn't change. It's carved into the floor on the inside of the room. All of the pillows are on the
Yes.
inside of the room. The water and lead and True Alchemy / Gold are on the outside walls, for lack of a better term.
So when we did 90 degrees, we moved more than 90 degrees.
It felt that way, yes.
Yeah, and when we did 10, it was 90.
Well, no,
We weren't able to go less than 90.
Yeah,
So
but
it felt
did
the
it feel,
exact
it
same as
felt
last
like
time.
it moved the exact same as last time, right?
No,
Yes.
less.
No.
Okay, so because
90 is the minimum increment.
right.
And
Okay.
it felt the exact same both times.
Oh, okay. Because you said that it felt like we did more than 90 the first time.
yes.
And it felt the exact same way this time.
But the minimum increment you can turn the compass rose is 90 degrees.
There was no
Okay.
difference from this time when we tried to move it less than the last time when we tried to move it more.
Okay.
So then let's try.
I get where you came from because the description sounded like it was less, but yes, it did. It was not.
Let's try 180 degrees.
Oh, getting
From where
wild
you are now?
No, we're assume that I'm always
From the
talking about like
original
we're putting
point
it
of
back
origin.
and then.
So, you go back to the original point.
Yeah.
As you start
Well,
to move...
I mean, yeah, sure. We'll go back each time.
if or are you going 100, because that's what I'm asking, if you're going 180, if you're going an additional 90 degrees is what you're doing, or you're going...
Yeah, an additional 90 degrees.
So you're not going back to the original point. Okay.
No.
That might... I'm making my life easier then.
Yeah.
Cool. So you shift it further so that now, again, you feel this twisting, shifting. It feels like the space is moving. You feel your ears want to pop. I need everybody to make an endurance check, please.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, we.
I'm gonna spend 2
Endurance.
luck.
I'm gonna spend 1 luck. Feeling frisky.
I got a flat 20.
I forgot to put in my 1 luck. It's a 17.
Oh my god, Lord Durin.
Do we have math?
I'm going to put in 2 luck as well.
Okay. And all right, so Math, you can feel this, but it feels almost like you've been on boats before, right?
Oh, yes.
You feel
I've
that
traveled
pitch
quite
and
a bit.
shift and swifting, and you just kind of move into it and ride the literal wave that you're feeling. Durin, you're starting to feel a little seasick. Your ears pop multiple times, and you kind of have
Blanche
that.
could not move like this.
No. It's really disconcerting. Everyone else, you needed a 15. Everyone else is fine.
Oh, I'm good.
Do I learn anything about what's happening based on adjusting to the movement?
Beyond the fact that the room is moving and your visual line of sight is not, it does, that's what's messing you up, right? You feel the effects of the body moving, but there's no, if you're looking in any direction, the 2 rooms don't change orientation, they don't change anything, you just feel the entire room buckling and shifting and twisting
It's like
and
the
turning.
twirl and hurl ride at the state fair.
Yeah.
I don't know the actual name for it, but you get in the circle and it's enclosed and you spin and rotate and
Say,
the twirl and hurl.
Lord Razmi, perhaps when we do this again, close your eyes, so there'll be no disconnect between what you're seeing and what you're feeling.
I don't like magic.
No,
I
this is-
don't like this.
it's just boats, actually.
This is actually probably dwarven engineering, my friend.
No, this predates dwarfs.
Then probably Vrani or Gnomish. Regardless, isn't that just amazing?
No, it's awful.
Interesting. Don't know what the point is, but
So now what has changed in our little rooms?
Well, we're gonna say goodbye to Billy first because he's gonna go get some sleep and feel better. Billy, I will assume
Billy.
that you are healing people if that is what is necessary.
Correct. Correct. Love you guys.
And will you
Love
also
you,
be just saying
Billy.
how like Math is now your best friend?
I
Okay,
don't
see you
know.
guys
Did Matt
later.
invite him to
See
his
you guys.
Discord?
See you guys. Bye.
Bye. All right. So, wait, hold on. Is that correct? I'm moving people. Hold, please. No. Wait. There we go. Everyone's correct now. As I then show you the correct people. Ooh, there we go. So, you shifted everything. At this point, things are different.
Okay.
You know Brenna's running a check.
Now the markings on the wall, water and true alchemy are gone. Lead is to your south, or south of in this room, right?
Lead's where gold was and is the only thing visible on the walls.
Well, there are two other symbols have appeared.
Oh, what are those? We've been talking about some. We've got a little list.
Those are fire and air.
Fire's on which side and air's on which side?
Fire is to this side, to your
Okay.
west in the room, to the left, and air is to the right. So it's air, lead, fire. With population still on the floor because again it's carved on the floor of the room, not on the wall. And
We
therefore it
have
doesn't
we
matter.
have air at this room is new. If this door is noon, we've got air at 3 o'clock, lead at 6 o'clock, and fire at 9 o'clock. Fire and lead don't quite match up on the plinth. It's actually like fire, air, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Just for the notes, when you did a 90-degree turn, what was the configuration?
Water and lead switched places from their original configuration.
So basically, there's more than so lead, for instance, on the outer wall, lead is written more than once.
Maybe.
It's 3,
No, it's not. There should only be one.
6. No, I'm
Well,
just
no, because
counting.
if wait, where was lead earlier at? Was it over here at
Yes.
90 degrees? Okay,
Yes.
so then it switched here.
Yes.
But then here wasn't air, and now air is here.
Yes. At any point, anyone can roll a deduction.
I just
Well,
want to write this
I'm-
down real quick.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
going to-
with the first, so originally you had lead at 3, gold at 6, water at 9.
Mhm.
Yes, and then you swap lead and water.
So,
and then for this one, it's
so for 90 degrees, water was at 3. Gold was at 6. And lead was at 9.
I'll give it another deduction.
Okay.
22.
By the way, you're going to subtract 10 from your focus because this is the second round of solving.
Wait, what's okay?
Focus because there is a very because this game is great. It has an investigation system. It's very useful. So the You know when you have to sneeze and you don't?
Yeah.
It's very annoying.
Story of my life.
So the outside walls, again, you know that where these are carved on the outside walls shift based on the way the room is shifting and the way you've turned it. You can make and because the plinth doesn't move no matter as where you've shifted between 90 degrees and 180 degrees, you're probably sure that that these are showing different combinations that will do different things. But they're on the outside edge, and they might open perhaps different things depending on which orientation you are. So what's on the outside might be giving you a clue about what to do with the plinth, but that changes based on which way you turn the compass rose.
Okay. So like in this instance, the clues are fire, lead, and air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And population is always a constant, however. And if you look
Mhm.
at where population is on the plinth,
Yeah, it's
it should be 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yeah, population is 12.
but it's not 12 o'clock in the room.
No, it's not.
No,
It
but it
doesn't
never
move.
will be.
Nope. And you don't, and your assumption is that these are never going to line up.
Mm-hmm.
These are just showing you combinations. It's like,
Then
oh,
why is
look,
population a constant?
because it might be in all of the combinations.
Mm.
Yeah, because it requires a person in the room.
But there's a button for population.
But you have to push it. But again, you know that the plinth itself is non-magical.
Mm-hmm.
So it is purely mechanical. And you know that when you put water on something, it did nothing except make it wet.
Yeah.
So you know that these have to be pushed in some sort. So.
Well, I mean, so we have some. I guess what we should do is try the 270 degrees clockwise.
90 more degrees. Just so we
Agreed.
have all 4 configurations written down.
Whee!
Shifting, twisting, turning. This one bumps a little. Like if you hit a speed hump at speed, and not a speed bump, but a speed hump. Those are,
Oh,
you know,
I was gonna say like a squirrel, but a speed hump. Okay, just not a little bump.
I
just
need endurance checks from everybody again, please.
We're gonna start puking. It's gonna be a time.
I would have kept my eyes closed knowing it was happening. You know what I mean? Like to sort of
Because that will
reduce
help.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that gives me a bonus or not. But
Been too luck. Not that I think it'll do much, but here we go.
20.
I'm going to try it without 20.
All right.
13.
Hey.
Durin, your choice of what you happen, but you are dizzy in this moment. You're going to take a -1 penalty to checks that you're going to take for the next,
Great.
mechanically speaking, little while. In-game terms, probably about 20 minutes, assuming you don't, get more seasick. I don't determine whether or not you throw up. That's your choice.
No, holds it in for now, but it is now lying down.
Mm-hmm.
Get a healing tent you can lie in.
You
Help
do
you
have a
feel
healing
better.
tent. Ardzo is going to pull you over to the healing tent to kind of
Yeah,
like.
I'll lay in there.
Oh, buddy.
So as you set up and check the room again, now
I
it
was
is
better off staying out.
yeah, so it would seem.
now
You
the,
say this now, though. You don't know what happened.
No, so-
now the room is set in such a way that fire is to your 3 o'clock, water is to your 6 o'clock, and air is to your 9 o'clock.
Hey, those are my elements
Yeah,
that are in me.
yeah.
Do you
Just
say?
comment about
Does she
that.
say that? Does she say that out loud?
She'll say, fire 3 o'clock, water 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Ah, those are the ones that match me.
You mean the ones that have been carved in your body by this mage who's out to get you?
Yes. Well, there's more than that, but those are the only 3 that match up with the plinth.
Oh. Hmm. Do you think that means that you should be the person who touches those ones?
Well, if we
Okay.
touch them, something will happen to me. I don't entirely know. These are different combinations. Kadan thinks 2 different things.
Yes, but that being that you're the one who has all 3 of those upon you.
No, it's not magical. So,
Well, presumably, if Alzor did this, he knows which ones he put inside you, is what I meant. It could be like
yes.
a calling card for you.
If I can add something, Math.
Yes.
From the result of my vivisection, we can't know for sure if Alzor carved that only in. Actually, that's not true. I know for a fact that those carvings, without them being necessarily the exact same, but the effect, the magical effect of those runes, was replicated in another Witcher who had been, operated upon by Alzor. So I don't think that the room here is made specifically for Brenna. I think it's just might just be part of his thing.
Perhaps. I just don't think that golden apple's there just by mistake, or that he just left it there accidentally, you know?
No, unless it was kept here to be used later as something. And given that all of his little automatons, once he gets full control of them after their deaths, they can come in and retrieve it safely because they have the runes that match.
Which again points to perhaps Brenna being, the Countess being the safest in this instance to do this thing.
You want me to push the buttons?
Yes.
She's looking at Kadan when she asks that question because she does not trust
What?
Math yet.
Why are you looking at me?
You two are the ones theorizing.
Actually, we were both theorizing.
I said you
Yes.
two were the ones
Yes, yes.
theorizing. Did you need me to repeat it?
Oh, I don't mind repeating things.
No, but I do
Sure.
believe that now that it is matching yours,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Either something really awesome or something very terrible would happen if we push those buttons.
well,
perhaps.
we might just have found like the one that requires you.
That's what I said.
I thought you said
now-
it wasn't magical.
No, there's none of it. It just is the right combination. But now the
Yeah.
problem is do we push the runes on the pedestal or do we just snag the apple and leave?
And this is the point in the video game where I would pause, save game.
There's no shame in scum saving here. We do not shame that.
Oh, I do
We're,
that all the time.
Nah, we're playing Iron Man.
Yes,
I know what happens to him. I don't want it.
I think the question is if we actually want to do that at all, just we want to, really, Kadan here, do you have a title? Do you have a title?
Dan.
It's not a title. that's
Oh,
me-
you mean like a title of like nobility or something?
or something.
He's 3-time orgy champion.
Oh, is there a title that goes with that? Is it like
That the whole thing.
all right? So 3 times orgy champion Kadan, do you is the one who's doing these sort of experiments, which is after all what I think mages do, that sort of a thing. So the question is, do we want to experiment or do we want to just leave?
I think Brenna can't help but get like a out of that
You know
when
what
he
the
says-
other problem is?
Yeah, no.
We've never looked beyond the other doors. We
That
have
is
no
true.
idea. There probably is something over there that will probably give us the whole answer. Who knows?
It's probably
What if it's
true.
the exact same room with different
Oh
room?
no.
Yes, yes. Well, we're currently on the Countess one, so perhaps we look at the door now that we've done the, you know.
Yeah,
yes.
that makes
Sure,
sense.
why not?
Can I do a thing on myself?
Usually you
three-time
can.
RG
Can you
champion.
Yes.
can you
I'm going
succeed
to
on
just
the
cast a quick spell that lasts a half hour
Oh.
called Sharpen Senses.
Oh.
Basically, I become a witcher.
Mm.
I gain night vision and scent tracking.
Look at you copying. You were
but-
just jealous. You did
And
it
I
in a
have a
section.
+2 to awareness. However, if I'm subjected to a bright light or very loud noise, I suffer the staggered condition. So I will try to muffle my ears as much as possible.
Cadet.
But I want to be able to hear and smell if there's anything, you know.
You can roll me an awareness.
No, I fumbled the spell.
Oh no.
Oh, and you fumble by 7. Wait, you fumble by 7. So fun things happen. You take 7 points of hit point damage immediately, and
Nope. I fumbled by 2 because that's my Banard ability.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, you still
Yeah.
take 2 points of damage.
I'll take that.
He's like, the one time Banard comes in handy. Other than, the orgy championship.
That's why I gave them the ability.
Oh,
Why
I
does it
see.
smell like ozone?
Oh,
No, I will not make my shit explode.
I'm sorry. 3-time orgy champion Kaden, are you all right? You have you're bleeding from your nostril a little bit.
This is funny for right now, but it's gonna get old real quick, and Brenna does not know what she is.
I absolutely hate this entire place. Could you all please just go check the room? Give me just a second.
Do you need something? I have some herbs.
Mm.
I have some ginger. Would you like? I could make you a bit of
I
ginger.
think Lord Rasmi might needs the ginger more than any fun.
All right.
I'm just gonna
No, but I
pat
could go for
Kadarn
some
on the shoulder
White Rafford's decoction, I think the name is.
as I go by. Just pat.
If you like, I could curse you. That might help.
Wow, no, don't.
Well,
So who's doing what? I
Would be
need to
helpful.
ask.
Yeah, it's White Rafford's that I need.
Sorry, don't got that. I'll go
It's in
over.
your free deals.
I'll go over and
Excellent.
listen at the door.
Oh,
Awareness. Boop. Boop. 24.
the
Give a
24.
little sniff.
Again,
too.
it's
Why
the
not?
same thing that I told Durin. There's obviously a large space beyond the doors.
Mhm.
There's no locks. There are just the 2 handles that are slightly higher than humanoid or elven stature, but not
Uh-huh.
more as if they would make an impression, less if they were not just doorknob height.
Yeah.
And no, the hinges are not also visible. There's a little bit of air movement going back and forth between the 2 spaces, so you're pretty sure that the space on the other side is also of a comparable size.
Okay.
There's no sounds coming from the other side that you can
No weird,
currently hear.
no funky smells.
Mustiness.
Musty. That's a good smell.
and the doors are
Um,
closed.
Yes.
I'll try to open them since they don't seem to be all foobar or finagly.
You
Since
pull-
Kadarn's not looking, I can see if they're pull or push without looking like an idiot.
They're pull. You've already
Okay.
determined that with the 24.
Oh, good.
You
It'd be real embarrassing if I was
No,
like,
no.
oh, they don't open.
No, these are
It's
really
dead.
obvious as pull because they have those really big iron rings that are real obvious as
You'd
pull
think
doors.
That people would put really obvious push-pull indicators on doors, but sometimes that is not the case.
No, those people are horrible and burn in hell. I don't care what your architectural interest is. If I can't figure out which way your door goes because you make it fancy,
Yeah. No.
But what if that's actually what they want? They get a tickle about people trying to open the door incorrectly and then they laugh on the inside.
Now, that does sound like something I would do if I
screw
was a
them.
super villain. I'd sit there with like a camera on all these doors and just
Mhm,
laugh
mhm.
at people and their inability to open doors. And then I like switch it every few days. So once
Yeah,
they
yeah,
get used to it
absolutely.
going one way, then it turns into the other way, and then they wonder if they're crazy or not. Anyways, that's my super villain arc. What's on the other side of these doors?
So as you proceed through these doors, you can see the space that you should now be able to. Everybody should be able to see now, because I moved you.
Yeah.
You come into these steps that step down where
Mm.
there are
I
large.
don't see anything.
Just go to the top.
Gotta scroll to the top.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
scroll
yes,
to the top
yes.
of the map.
Yes.
I
can
might
see
be able
where Brenna
to
is.
hold, please. I might be able to get people at home to see because this
Oh,
overlay
because there's
might
only
work.
4 of us. Yes.
Yeah. That move. That's trying to fix it. Why are you? Yep. Make it. Why are you being a? Oh, I don't want. Not working. Sorry, guys. I was trying to help you get there, but apparently it's not, and it keeps crashing. I think it's just the there's a problem with the map, and I need to redo the whole bit, which I really don't feel like doing right now. But you come down. There are a set of what you can look like no more than, it's still dark, so there's some. Assume that these light torches are not actually lit. They just came that way in the map. You have a small flight of stairs, no more than 6. You can kind of tell into the darkness because you're Brenna, and therefore you can actually see things in the dark. And you can also determine that there are these stone walls that are not decorated. They're very plain, very heavy cut block stone walls. The only decoration that you can see are 2 carved statues of wolves on either side that lead as this almost like the banister that kind of they're stretched out, one versus both of them looking like they're about to run as they kind of go down the stairwell. These, short flight of stairs. Intricately carved, beautifully done in a very, very fine white onyx.
Okay.
As you move into the room,
A little bit. There's stairs. I call out behind me or my shoulder.
wrong button. You see further into the room. It looks like a long hallway is what you can kind of see. You see another
I'm
set
watching
of
way too much Stargate. I'm seeing this like things, and I'm like, it's an ancient goa'uld temple. No, it's not the case. Sorry.
You see that it is indeed looks like very ancient space. This is a space where the rock and the carving of the rock are more integrated. There's less working of the tunnels, almost none. You see 2 more of these wolf statues, although these are both kind of sitting upright in a more alert stance, rather than the leaning forward running pose that they are coming down the sloping side of the stairs, short flight of stairs. It's only like 6 of them. And then you see these 2 wolves that are kind of centered on the wall on either side of the wall on either side of the doorway, if that makes sense. So you come in through the archway of the doorway. There's the stairs that go down. There's the wolf on either side that goes along the stairs. And then there's a short piece of wall either side of the archway and the doorway. And the wolves that are there are centered on the wall rather than on the, so it kind of falls out. You see upward pillars as you look, that are carved, and you can look up and see some of the carvings at the top of those angular pillars look like busts of various species that live, various sentient and sapient species that live on the continent.
Okay.
You see, they're a mix and match. I'm not gonna. They're which one's which
There's
doesn't.
Vran, there's werebubs. Yeah, but like
Vran,
human
werebubs,
elf, or are they all
gnomes.
old?
What?
Are there any newer ones like humans or elves? Or are they all like
No, you do
Vran,
see
werebubs,
humans, you
gnomes?
see elves,
Okay.
you see dwarves.
That helps date the structure. A bit,
Yeah,
you know,
you
'cause
well
the
the
other was
busts,
pre-dwarven.
the
This could be
the room looks to be older than the busts.
Okay.
The
Interesting.
busts look like they were added later.
Good to know.
They're kind of like
Okey-dokey.
tacked on. They're not as aged. There's a lot of. They don't look the same.
Okay. Good to know. Any danger? I'll look at one of these wolf statues.
You can roll with that 24 awareness. No, it doesn't look like anything. They're just decorative.
Some
There's-
decorative wolf statues. Big room. Do you want to come in, or should I just keep going?
No, we can.
Very empty.
I'll move in.
Should we? Do you want us all to go in there, or should we keep?
Yeah.
No.
Eh. Stop.
No, you stop getting in my space.
Oh,
First.
you too. I understand how difficult this must be. This tension between you both, this sort of
That's
romantic or sexual tension you two have. I understand this must be difficult about this bickering.
gonna
But
wants to stab Math.
I
She
do
restrains.
respect. I do respect your restraint. It's admirable. I believe there are quite a few songs and tales about such tortured, unrequited, unfulfilled love affairs. I probably find a couple
Hand
for you.
twitches on sword. Just a little bit. Just looks like Kadar with a look that says, I want to stab him. I really want to stab him.
There's just, let's up the eye roll counter for a sec.
Yep.
I knew I forgot
So
something.
3,
No, it's 6 at this
7?
point. Or
6.
No, I think it's 7 with this new one.
oh, it's 7 with this new
Oh.
one. Yeah.
It's 7 for. Is the eye roll for everyone or just Kader?
No, anyone who.
I thought it was
Anybody.
everyone eye rolling at
Yeah.
math.
It's everyone eye rolling at math, and I actually need to make a command for
If we
it.
had a stab impulse counter for Brenna, it'd be through the charts by now. So it's not even worth keeping track of. Just
Yeah,
assume it's
absolutely.
every, hour or so,
Hmm.
especially around certain individuals.
I don't know who. Such a strange
Yeah.
question.
She'll just take a nice deep breath. Which Math probably thinks is her trying to control herself, but he doesn't know what from. He just
Oh,
thinks he knows.
No, I just think that's something that warriors do. You take a deep breath to get yourself
God.
ready.
I roll.
Mm.
It's fine.
I think Math will be up by the doorway.
Mhm.
But wait, because he wants to be able to keep his eyes on the golden apple, right? So he's gonna sort of
Fair.
You can
Brenna
see.
appreciates
You can
that.
see. It's a little hard to see because it's going. There isn't really a light source. Well, there is the brazier, but it's all the way. It's almost 200 feet down in the dark, and there are multiple.
in which case I will go stand by the doorway that's facing the golden apple rather than go in, so that we don't lose sight of that.
Okay. I mean, like, you can see the glint of light off of it. It hasn't moved. It hasn't changed. So what are...
Doop, 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 doop. Me and Kadarn are boldly going forth.
Boldly going forth?
Well, I say boldly, more like cautiously, keeping our eyes open. It sounded way cooler to say boldly, but I don't think that's actually the case.
We're not bold.
Cautiously proceeding forward.
Yes.
Brenna's bold in some things. I don't think dungeons is one of them. She's tempted though,
Mhm.
but towards the apple direction, not this direction.
So those are all statues of wolves.
Yes, and then we've got busts up here. Look, there's a human, Savran,
Wait.
Webub.
Over here?
No.
These guys, these are busts,
Yeah. They're busts.
Oh, okay.
but they're not like
I
important,
fixed
so
it.
they're not specific.
Yeah, they're don't worry about matching them.
Don't focus on them.
Yeah. We kind of lack any sort of light here, right?
Yes. So the only person who can actually see is Lindy.
Uh,
but
Brenna forgets people aren't as awesome
I'll
as her.
click. I'll be scared, but I'll cast Aene Versos.
Math has got a torch.
It's true. Math has a torch.
Oops. Well, now I am shining an area of bright light within a 4-meter radius centered on me for as long as I keep it up.
yeah, so
Akadan, you're
now
looking
actually see.
radiant today.
That's 12 feet.
Sarcastic, deadpan, Witcher way.
Which we're taking as evidence of your sexual tension.
Yeah, yeah,
And-
sure. I love it as a player. Brenna hates it.
Wait. So with this light, do I see beyond Brenna? Or is that a wall like right here?
No, you do not see beyond Brenna, but Brenna sees.
Well, it's because I mean I am making like
Yeah. Oh, it's a bright light. That is true. So you
Yeah.
will actually see
I'm
further.
making a lot
You
of
see
light.
the room actually extends all the way, and again, you see
I
that
hate
it's
hallways.
it's much more integrated between carved stone that's heavy, not as well detailed as previous places that you've been in. But it's more integrated with the natural rock formations. It's like they saw a large boulder and then kind of worked with the boulder to continue. You see again these busts are don't look like they were part of the original construction. They were added after at some point.
Do the wolves look like they were part of the original construction?
The
or added
wolves do look
after?
like they were part of the original construction.
Okay. Cool.
And as you move forward, you see that it comes to another doorway that mirrors exactly the doorway that you came through. Again, but in this case, the wolves are facing this doorway.
Mm-hmm.
They're going up these stairs. Again, they're running up the stairs rather than down them.
They're running up that hill.
They're running up that hill. Hoping that God would, switch places. And the two that are on the ground in front of the walls are facing into the wall itself.
Interesting.
So they're all facing the same direction. And you see an open doorway beyond that you could walk through.
I'm gonna boop the snoot of one of the wolves.
I'm just gonna walk.
It's
to, like,
cold and solid. It's onyx. It's polished.
How far away is it snoot from the wall? Because
A
it's
hand's
pointing right
breadth.
at it.
It's about a
Um,
hand's breadth.
I stick my hand between.
Mhm.
We'll see how.
Nothing.
Like exactly a hand's breadth. Okay.
I mean, it's
Weird
like 6
placement.
inches, whatever.
Just weird placement. She's just
Yeah.
like. Well, you pointed at a wall. That's they were built this way. I don't poke wall.
Okay.
Right. Well, it's solid. I look for portcullis in this door, or any signs of weird, creepy closures.
I need another awareness, please.
I would love to give you one.
Durin, what are you doing?
17.
Dreading existence.
That is a free
Okay.
action. But by this point, you're probably no longer
You've got
dizzy.
some ginger.
Yeah, and
Would you
you've
help me
been
tell me?
treated by Arzo. You are no longer dizzy at this
Okay.
point. So you're probably no longer have that 1 dice penalty at the moment, or not 1 dice
Alright.
penalty, -1 penalty. Wrong
Be real hard to
game.
play a game with 1 dice penalty and you only have 1 dice.
Wrong game.
Modifiers only. I hope you put points. Things.
No, like it's all ones and tens. It's you just roll the die and see if you get one or the other. Otherwise, failure or grand failure.
Yep.
What's your base stat? That's it.
I will stand here with my torch because this is the way out.
Okay, so you're standing at the way out with your torch. I'm gonna
Yes.
put a.
And
We're
I'm
gonna
at
put
the
it-
entrance to the other room. So I'm
We're
I'm
just
in the
like
treasure
forming
room,
a
but
little glowy light party chain, like Christmas lights, but people.
There,
because,
you have
and
your torch
fire.
on you.
Thank you.
because for all I know, if for example they do something out here and it changes something in the room, I want to be able to shout back and let them know.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you're down there.
I'm at the doorway that leads you into the plinth room. But I'm
Okay.
in the treasure room, looking into the plinth room in case they do something. I can.
Yep.
You can yell it to Razmi, and Razmi can yell it
Yeah.
to us with his big dwarven lungs.
My Durin, what big
With
lungs
the
you
big
have.
dwarven lungs you have.
So what are you? So what are you gonna do then, Brenna? Or Kadarin, I should ask.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So now that I've walked halfway through the door, the room,
Yep.
do I see more beyond that hallway?
You see that there's a like a mini hallway, and I'm just gonna describe what you see in between. You see the central archway come in and kind of branch. It's like it comes in, and then there's 5 feet, and it splits into a hallway that goes in 2 directions. That stops if you know, Brenda's probably at a point where you can kind of turn your head just enough and see that it only goes about 20 feet, 15, 20 feet in either direction, and then makes a 90-degree turn. So it ends up
It's
like the
those
hallway.
hallways in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Nah, it's just a yoke. All it is.
Yeah, they have those.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And you meant the ride. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the
Yeah.
movie. No.
No.
The yes, the yoke hallway in Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll move boldly forward, and by boldly I mean carefully.
Are terrible. Yeah.
With
bold
a
is really
17,
careful.
you do not see any portcullis. You don't see any doors.
Okay.
You do see
Good.
a couple like
Um,
sconces on either end of this like short mini space hallway to kind of like turn, like almost turn the space. And it does not they're not lit yet. That's about the only thing that's not visible, and it's not
Okay.
stone that you can see, right? Everything else
Cool.
in this space has been stone.
Yeah.
As you come into
Quick
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
I
Magical training?
walked forward. I saw. Yeah, I just want to see like this room where the wolves are and everything.
Any magic?
What's up?
You do not sense any magic in the room
Sup
that you're in.
chaos? It's me, your boy.
Yeah, boy. All right.
Beyond the things that are magical on you, Brenna and Durin, do you have anything magical on you?
Oh,
Yeah, there
Well-
you go.
wait. No, I have. Is the crystal still magic?
Yes. Well, yes, no. I mean, it's a focus for magic itself, so it's not 100%. It's an amethyst at this point.
Then no.
No magic.
Okay. Then I will follow Brenna.
Brenna, as you come through the room,
I'm gonna go for the right yoke.
okay,
No, the left yoke, because the left is always right.
it is
she's
Disney rules.
left-handed.
You always, excuse me, it's Disney rules from before the time of the fast pass lanes. We used to, it actually made sense to go to the left-hand lane because it was always shorter because there were fewer people who were left-handed. That was the rule. It's a proxemics thing. Okay, anthropology hat. It's a proxemics thing. Proxemics is the study of human behavior based on physical space and how we human as beings. And this is not adjusting for culture. This is just humans as a physical reaction based on human actions. Because 90% of the world is right-handed, they are more likely to shift or tend towards a right-hand path than a left-hand path. which is when you had 2 lines at Disney, you would go to the left-hand path consciously because people wouldn't think about it, and therefore the right-hand path would always be longer.
Ah.
But that's no longer
I
true because
prefer
fast
going
passes are a
left over
thing.
right.
Huh?
Yeah.
But Brenna, as you enter, shifting back to a
Yes.
GM hat,
And
You
Brenda
re-
is left-handed, so she would prefer left.
yeah, as you enter,
Mm-hmm.
you realize it is just a single path to get to the same space.
Oh, okay.
It's just 2 archways.
Wee. Oh no, I didn't.
Um,
There we go.
And in here, you see, as you come in, you will actually see that something is here.
Oh.
There
Oh,
is a sarcophagus in
Oh.
the center of the room, surrounded by a number of.
this, I knew it. This is a Goa'uld temple. Don't get in the
There's a corpse.
sarcophagus.
Why would you
Sorry.
get into somebody else's sarcophagus? That seems.
His
Because
name is
in-
Daniel Jackson.
because it
Okay.
can. To be fair, he was shoved in it by someone else the first 7 times.
There should be conversation about consent and sarcophagi.
Yeah, they don't really. The Goa'uld aren't big on that.
Nope.
That whole consent thing. I figured out the big brain plot of this whole show. Elzor is a Goa'uld.
Nope, but good try.
Nailed it.
So you can
I-
see in the center of this room a sarcophagus with an effigy carved in it that looks humanoid. You can't quite tell from where you are across the room if it is human or elven. The distinction of the features isn't visible across the room. Wrapped, it is well carved marble. You see that it is surrounded by a number of candles on pillars that are not lit. The room itself
Really creepy if
is
they were.
the room itself is old. You see a number of spider webs, debris, but you see tapestries that still hang from the walls around. You see a number of grates that lead out of the room. Ignore the hole in the floor. I'm working with what I could get, people. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The floor is not holy.
Oh, good. Okay.
It's solid all the way across. And Brenna, you.
I was gonna say, are the tapestries all the same, or are they depicting different things? Like,
they're
is it
all.
like
They're
a
all.
house
Excuse me. I misspoke.
tapestries?
Your GM misspoke. It's not tapestries. They're wall hangings.
Okay.
There's no depictions on them. They're just simple cloth. All of them are the same color, red. All of them have the same offset stitching in an orange.
Anything, any pattern I recognize?
No, it's just a simple offset coloring stitching.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie.
It just ties the place together well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like, gentle, lacy, wafting curtains. Okay.
And as you both come in, you hear. It only took you 7 hours. I honestly expected you to take full 12. You're a tad late.
Do we recognize this voice?
Do I recognize this voice?
Brenna would might have Brenna can vaguely recall hearing this voice as you look across the room and seated on a throne with its back to the southernmost point, with an array of gold sitting on the floor, you see an individual who looks very similar to that priest Baldwin that you recall meeting in Kagan.
Yeah.
But rather than the simple priestly robes he was wearing then, it's a much more elaborately embellished doublet and hose. Somebody must have gone shopping at perhaps Toussaint, and is very fashionable at the moment. Although he still has that very distinctive, well-kept, beautiful, pure white beard.
The hot Baldwin beard look. Yeah.
And he doesn't look, he doesn't look any different. He looks
Just dressed differently.
He's just dressed differently, and he does that slow clap and taunt. But Kaderin has never met him, so he doesn't recognize the voice.
Okay, good.
I'll just say, Baldvin.
Hmm.
Dead guy.
Perhaps.
Me.
Welcome. I honestly expected you a little bit earlier. It was disconcerting. Well. But I am on a time clock, so.
Clock for what?
Business. Mine, not yours.
I am fully prepared to like
Well, yeah.
counter a spell if he casts one with this spell.
Math, you're 2 rooms away at this point.
And I said Baldvin quite loudly. Like, Baldvin!
Could you roll me an awareness then? I'll math just straight. You're still muted.
Probably
Yeah, because I'm like at the end. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
the edge
But
of like 2 to
Durin
3
might
rooms
hear
away.
it, and he might relay it.
Yeah,
So,
Mhm.
So I
Brenna's
feel like
just loudly being
yeah.
like, "Oh, that guy,"
So I
in
feel
a
like yeah,
not socially adept Witcher kind of way.
because I feel like Durin would have a closer chance of hearing it than I would, since I'm at the other end of that room and he's closest.
Hey, it's a relay system.
16. Durin definitely heard it.
What about math?
17.
Math, you definitely heard the word Baldwin.
Lord Razmi, what was that?
That was Witcher saying Baldwin,
Why?
because I'm guessing they found him.
Oh, well, load up then. And he gets himself ready and sort of starts heading towards where Durin is, because he has to pass by Durin. You're giving him the order, his marching orders, as I know, as Math does, right? So, shall we?
Go ahead.
Well, we should all go.
I was tempted not to, just so he could keep an eye on that damn apple. Is that
He would've
bad of
Go,
me?
go ahead.
No, not at all.
You're the one with the
But-
dead druid friend. I'm going to
but-
be here in
yeah.
case something comes up the rear.
Brenna's not completely remorseless. And so she's like, yeah, I wanted this Baldwin fucker, and this could get ugly, so math would be a good corpse to put between us. All right, let's
He looks at you. He looks at you, Durin. You can tell he has thoughts about your behavior. You do not know what they are, but he looks at you with thoughts, and they're probably condescending. And then he moves
It-
towards.
If you need me, just scream.
Yes, yes. And he sort of heads and says, "Oh, wolves!" As he sort of. That's interesting. And he gets almost distracted by the things, but then he sort of heads on down to see what's now. What, Countess? What is this? What is going on? What did you say?
And
why did you name
there is
Baldwin?
your new friend.
Fritz is strong.
He's very entertaining, actually.
So he will be showing up whenever you have him.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. I mean, the rooms themselves are only about, what, 50, 60 feet across? So, I think you'll be, just before you come in, he turns to Brennan and says, honestly, I'm quite surprised that you didn't stab him yet. There wasn't
The look on her face just says, like, oh, I wanted to.
But where, my dear, is your brother? Was quite looking forward to seeing him again.
Oh, he's done.
Disconcerting. I was hoping to have another conversation with him. It's quite fun.
Well, you
last
can tell
time.
me, and I can write him a letter, and he might eventually get it someday, maybe.
So I think about that's the point when Math would come in.
Yeah.
Math strides in. I see. Foe Baldwin, I presume. I am Lord Math Varen of the Master Druid of the Circle of Cade Mirkvid, and I charge you with being an imposter. I demand
I
to know
charge you
exactly...
with treason.
Well, about what then? What sort of treason?
You can't hold a title and be a druid, now can you? So one of those two is inaccurate,
no,
and
that is-
therefore
that
is
is-
taking. Have you made an oath to king and crown, and have
No, it is by
rejected them?
birth. Excuse me?
That
There's
is
no
what a title
rules
for
that-
lord is, and until you've done
Yes,
that,
yes.
please step over there and keep your mouth shut.
Excuse me, false Baldwin. I don't know who
Brenna
you think you're
just
speaking to.
smirks a bit, like, huh, I've wanted
You
to
ha-
say that so many times.
You'll have to excuse me, false Baldwin. You
No, I
are
don't.
a liar. Well, yes, I don't think you understand. I have authority over you.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You have no authority over me whatsoever. You're a
Brenna glances
peon.
at Kadarn like, are you not entertained? This is entertaining to me.
Kadarn is trying to remember if a corpse has any authority, or if he just counts as an object.
Well, we ran into Yanto's ex.
It's
So
true.
did he count as an object?
Yanto
The
didn't
answer is
think so.
yes.
Yanto would say no.
Look, the answer in D&D is a corpse is an object, and not a person.
But reanimated corpses are not objects.
This is
Like the
true.
un-
Those are two different things. But this is not D&D. This is Witcher. But he just says, "No, you have no authority over me."
Well, I demand you explain yourself. Why are you wearing the visage of the good priest Baldwin? Explain yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Brenna's just nods like, yeah, that's yeah. That's how
Go
he
on.
is. Not what he said, which is what math probably takes it for, but more of a, you see how he is? See what we have to put up with? You want to
Explain
torment us
yourself,
too?
imposter?
Honestly, I was rather expecting you to have stabbed him and left his body bleeding out in a hole somewhere for, a couple of things to eat, but, you have more self-restraint. I'm
Looks-
mildly impressed.
Looks like longingly into the distance, like, because she really wanted to on more than one occasion.
The Countess and I are partners in this investigation. Of course, she would not stab me. So, explain yourself, imposter.
The twitch to Brenna's thumb on her sword says otherwise. But that's probably not on the side that you're standing on, so.
But, why?
Well, because I have commanded you to do so. Explain yourself.
You hold no rank or authority over me. We've already established that you're not a lord, and that you, as a member of a druid circle, I don't answer to you because I'm not a member of your circle. So
No, you are
why
wearing
should
the
I answer your
visage.
questions?
Well, otherwise,
Sorry to butt in this very riveting
Yes,
conversation.
butting in seems to be your pride and joy, but do go on, Kadan.
uh, yes, 3-time
Have
OG
you-
champion Kadan.
I'll
Speak.
turn just to Durin. Durin, are you in the room with us?
No.
Um,
Durin's
will
in the
be right
room
back.
behind you.
I'll go
I'll
go
be
get
right back.
Durin.
You could have just screamed.
No, because I don't want to scream. I don't want him to necessarily know that you're there if you're not
Stop
within high sight.
Because he
No,
might
I'm
just think Ardzo's there, although he seems to know everything. He probably was watching us through the thingamajigger or whatever.
Countess, this person is quite ignorant and knows nothing about anything. It's obvious. And is also being somewhat...
You also have two older brothers. I'm quite sure that they would have a complaint about the fact that you're claiming the title of lord.
Actually, older brother and older sister. You know, again, nothing.
No, I
Prove
was more
yourself.
accurate when I said you had two older brothers. I didn't claim that both of them were legitimate.
Well, you know, first off, I want to just go and settle something. Are you indeed, after all, this strange Alzor pretending to be Baldwin? Speak. Yes, your silence seems to be guilt. Excellent.
Or I just don't think you have authority over me, so I don't have to answer to
Oh,
you.
what are you, 13 years old are you? A small child? It is so embarrassing how immature and unable to fit within normal society you are. I thought we'd be going up against someone who's deadly and dangerous. Instead, we have a petulant child. Interesting. Your countess. I did not realize the person who's been vexing you so.
Looks like she
so
does not
petty.
want to be here. just the conversation, not because of the people. Just be like, they had to start talking to each other. I did this. I'm the one
Yes,
who
you
called
did.
Math over here.
You did.
So we're gonna pause that for one
Yes.
second and check in on Kadarin. What were you doing? You went to go get Durin.
Yes.
He's in the room behind you.
Durin, I have a question for you. And I'm keeping my voice relatively low.
It's okay. Math is providing enough cover for everyone else to not hear what you're saying.
This is true.
So this whole situation with the necrophages
Mhm.
and this Baldwin fellow.
Well, I don't really care about the Baltic. I'm more interested. in
No.
the
Okay, but the two might be related. So what is up with this Baldwin fellow?
apparently made a deal with he who shall be always forgotten. Um, there was an exchange of mineral in for services rendered by this Baldwin that may or may not have to do with our necrophage problem. May also be the source of where he got the poison.
Hmm. So removing this Baldwin would remove the issue.
Well, if you could find out why the fuck he's fucking with Mahaka, that'd be great, but we paid a witcher to deal with the problem. If it's just a corpse, I understand.
No, it's because do you have any authority in Mahakam? Are you part of the council?
Yes.
Good. Would you mind telling Baldwin, I don't know, casting him out with your authority so that we can just deal with them? Because he's being worse than Math right now.
You want me to go into a place that's worse and deal with a person that's worse than Math?
You apparently he obeys authority, or he seems to have something for authority figures.
You
Got an
sure
authority
you just don't want to
complex.
shoot him?
What?
You can shoot both of them. I've seen you do the lightning thing. You can do two for one.
Yes, but it would be preferable to have a diversion.
All right, diversion I am.
So as you
Stop,
walk
stop,
back
stop.
in,
Baldwin, not Baldwin. You said you were waiting for us. What? It's like a tea party or something. Like,
Oh,
like,
you're right.
why are you so into? Like, why do you care about us so much?
honestly, because you were about to power my spell, you interrupted my spell. And
Back
you,
in Kagan.
it was very useful. It was going to be quite promising. Also, you kept your brother alive, which meant the spell didn't work fully.
Look, if I didn't stop it, the dragon was going to do something about it. So
That was a disconcerting discovery. We were not prepared for the dragon. It was all right, though. We've kind of figured things out around that issue. Thank you for the revelation that the dragon existed. Also, thank you for the introduction to this charming other, bard friend of yours.
I look like whoever could you mean?
I don't know. I don't know what any of this is about.
I'm not saying Eleanor out loud. I ain't throwing her under the bus.
You, Baldwin. On behalf of the council, I cast you out of Mahakam.
We're not in Mahakam, so I appreciate your attempt.
But the moment that the word Mahakam is uttered by
Mm-hmm.
This is
Durin,
gonna go so poorly.
there's a lightning bolt.
You can go ahead and
Like, some
roll your
people are just
spell
so
casting.
Interrupted one
Sure.
spell.
How much luck do we have in the pool?
3 points.
Would you mind if
Sure.
I used 2 of those,
Use them.
plus 1 of my very own? For a paltry 25. Just 25?
So,
Yeah.
I just need to check something. You cast the spell. What does it? What are you casting?
Alzor's Thunder.
Mhm.
You know, my
Classic
go-to spell.
Cadarn.
Go ahead and roll damage as you watch as Baldwin just leans back in his chair, and right in front of him, as the bolt fires, a shimmer ripples in front of him.
A paltry 28.
28. You see it ripple and colorize. And he goes, very nice, very impressive spell work. Also would be very impressed and quite happy that you still enjoy using his little invocation.
I will burn some stamina to have another action,
Mm-hmm.
which if my spell did not work,
You saw the spell go off, and you saw the spell hit something in front of him, like 10 feet in front of him. You
Like
can
where this little border is around the dais of the throne.
yeah, yeah. Like
Like, whoop.
yeah.
Like-
Oh, sorry. I had him on the wrong layer. There, he's seated on the throne. You should.
Oh,
You were.
I thought
you
he was just that guy.
No,
in the
you
throne.
actually. There is a figure seated on the throne. For sorry, he was on the wrong layer.
Happens.
Yeah, about 10 feet in front of him, you saw
Many
the
layers
whole
to the
thing shimmer. You can roll Witcher magical training to determine what just happened.
sure, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But also, wouldn't Brenna's medallion have vibrated?
Not necessarily where she is.
22.
22. You believe that it is that what you saw was a magical barrier that he put up around him.
Yeah, so I'm going to burn the stamina to act again on my own turn and cast this spell.
You may burn the stamina, and you may cast.
25 again.
You feel the spell and magic leave you, and it hit the barrier and then shimmer for a moment and not react. I would like to remind my players that I did spend all of my luck.
This, by the way, is Ardzo, not me, because Ardzo's purple. I'm green. Or is that Brenna? I don't think I'm in there yet.
I didn't put you on the map, so I will put you on the map now.
Thank you.
There you go. I didn't put you on the map because you said you weren't in the room, so I was figuring that you were going to move yourself. And now you
I
are
don't
in
have
the
access
room.
to the other. I don't have the access to the other.
Oh yeah, yeah, but you can just
Question.
move your token onto the map, a new map. Full for player knowledge and GM knowledge. Anytime you have a new map, you just move your token onto the map again. That works. Yes.
With my magical training, do I know if the magical barrier is just used to protect them from magic or from anything?
You with the magical training that you cast with a 22, that you know that there is the magical barrier is impermeable. It cannot be broken. The air is recycled inside the magical dome, and you would have to do a certain amount of damage to take it down. You also know that it can regenerate a certain amount each round.
Then I'll just shout as a free action. Charge him.
Wait.
Wait.
And I just go over to Kader and hand him the focus.
The 18-inch tall
Yeah.
amethyst. Mm-hmm.
How about juicing yourself up and then hitting the stone work above him and getting it to collapse in the barrier?
What are you giving me?
The 18-inch
The
amethyst. Was the power source for which was the focus for the megascope. and
Would I know
telecommunicator.
if this focus is better than mine?
You know it's clearer and can channel more magic. You don't know if it will magically give you a more benefit than your focus. What is your
Okay.
focus?
It's a level 2 focus. It's not a greater focus, so it doesn't add to my spellcasting checks.
But it reduces stamina. You know you could make a greater focus from it, but as of right now, it's been carved and shaped to focus a particular spell. So you don't know if it will work or not. You'd have to try it.
Well, then, yeah, no. By the way, unless everyone rolls initiative, if y'all don't act immediately, there's a second lightning bolt that's going to go off.
Okay. Would you like us to roll initiative?
I was going to ask you to roll initiative.
Okay. Yup.
Because, like, Darren's not
Hold on,
waiting.
hold on. Redo that because I didn't have the turn order open. Hold,
Okay.
and let me
Hey, mine's the same.
let me clear the
Tell
list.
us when you want us to press the button.
Okay. Now you may do the turn order.
Good. I get to go later. Well, going first, I can help people, but oh, that's nice. It's a nice initiative.
Sorry,
It's nice, the initiative.
oh, it didn't work. There we go.
Not 50.
Why did it do that? Okay, so there we go. So round should be, yes, it did it correctly. Yay, it worked. So I feel like a music change is appropriate. Dun, 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 dun. As you light him up, you go to hand him the thing. And you see the barrier go ripple in phrase. I love when children come out to play. And you are all standing where you are standing at the moment? This is
Brenna would preferably like to be a little bit closer. I just
okay.
don't
You
have
can
it.
move yourself wherever you wish on the map.
He was actually much closer because he
Came
stood
up to him.
there.
He,
Yeah, 'cause
okay.
he stood up there like it's like I've got
Oh,
authority.
okay. I'm sorry. I did not. My
At this
apologies.
point, there.
Math
Brenna
was
probably
up.
would be there behind Math, but having the sarcophagus in full view,
Yeah, Math was close. Got up.
if that makes sense.
Got up in his business. He wasn't like right face to face, but he walked up, you know, as he would do.
Mhm.
As he would do.
Like Math's gonna math.
Math
Yes.
is gonna math.
Yes. Yes.
So what happens is first as you ripple
Lightning
this
bolt.
lightning bolt comes off, he reaches to his right and grabs the staff that he was resting next to him and just reaches out a hand and goes and negligently snaps his finger. Math?
Hmm.
Yes. I need a dodge roll from you, sir.
All right. Math, it's clear, does not think that combat is starting. It was a bit surprised by the big, huge lightning bolt and was like, "Ah."
Yes, the big huge lightning bolt was rather disconcerting. I do agree with that. However, Math, as you do
22.
so, cool.
I thought nothing could go through the barrier.
No, nothing can come into the barrier. He can cast spells outside of it.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't
okay.
make a barrier unless I could cheat to win. Come on.
It
man,
also
that's like
it is one of Ainfrey used it when she was casting in the Elven territories a couple times. It is great if you can cast it and have the time to do so. And you gave him the time to do so.
Wait, so what's the name of the spell, if you don't mind?
Magic barrier.
Okay.
It is a spell. Technically, it's a ritual. But I have to do- Ooh, he rolled low. It's a 21. As you see a whirling this space begins to erupt, and you feel the heat as you dodge out of the way, Math, of a fiery turret of air and fire in a tornado as a flaming tornado begins to spin in place and moving towards you.
And I sort of,
As
I duck down like, I say, that's not at all appropriate. We were having a conversation.
No, you were lecturing at me, and now I'm changing the rules.
Oh, that's because you're a child. I'm embarrassed to know you. I don't even know you. Like, just a bit of a antagonism is happening here. Just so you know.
Yes,
Maybe it'll
please
distract
make
them.
yourself the prime target. That's
absolutely.
delightful.
And then he gestures again, and you see the barrier ripple for a moment.
My heals it maybe reinforces
Simon's
it,
reading
perhaps.
up on the spell.
No. I've already. I'm looking at what my recovery action would give me. It's equal to my rec stat.
It's your
right?
rec. It's your rec stat in stamina.
We were able to fully recover before we went into this room.
Yeah, but I have kept spells up and running during this whole thing.
Yeah, the light spell. Brenna, your turn.
Yeah. In my
There is
turn,
now a pillar of fire as a tornado is spinning, and heat is coming off of it.
how many squares can I move in a round? Is the
You can
map
move.
accurate?
You can. Yes, the map is accurate. I will shift it so that it will be even more accurate. So that hold please. It is 1 square is 1 meter.
Okay.
There you go. Now it is fully accurate.
Okay.
And do I use my run stat or my
Run stat is a full round
speed?
action.
Okay, so just speed then.
Just speed.
Oh, that's perfect. I can just barely make it. That's nifty. I'm gonna run up. Do whoop. To this this in between.
Yeah,
space. Let's say
because
this
it goes in
barrier
between the
Yeah.
we
My
understand.
fake terrible drawing barrier. And
It's fine.
Matt, Darren says charge him, and Brett has been waiting to stab something humanoid-ish for so long.
Mhm.
Ever since meeting Math, really.
That's weird. That's so
that's-
weird.
What a
You
weird
know?
coincidence.
So strange.
Yeah, it's so strange.
So out comes the sword. Which sword do I want to use? Such a big question. You know what? Let's pull out her new toy. I know it's silver, and he's not like a silver monster, but he could be undead. So, or like a Doppler or something if he's impersonating Baldwin. I don't know. That idea just popped into my head. I don't know if Dopplers can be mages, but whatever.
That would be terrifying.
It would be terrifying, wouldn't it? And I'm gonna try to I'm just gonna smack the shit out of this barrier
Okay.
as much as I can.
Yeah, what is happening? What?
The whoop. Yeah, random, because it doesn't matter. There's no torso on this thing.
No, it is a
Um,
barrier. It is a dome. A 35 and a 22. I need to check something.
Sure. Thwack.
Yeah, I
That's just my goal is thwack. Might go boom boom or woom. I don't know what a sword hitting a barrier sounds like.
It
I'm
just-
just gonna imagine it sounds like a lightsaber.
yeah, it sounds a little bit like a lightsaber. So you end up with you hit the barrier.
Yes. Cool. I'm gonna roll my damage.
You
to try
do
to-
it, yes. Just roll your regular damage.
There we go.
You see the barrier ripple and shift. And for a moment
Oh,
it
it's okay. I can spend 2 stamina.
shatters. But
Yeah.
you see it shatter in an instant, and then reappear in an instant.
Okay, well, I'll spend stamina and
It's
try
almost
to
like
do
I
it
may have
again.
done something.
May almost is what? Is it? Can I make a check to see what happened?
On your turn, as a free action.
Yep. Bonk,
Okay,
bonk.
I mean, it's not moving.
I just have to make sure I don't do anything like -12 or something and
Yeah.
stab myself in the toe.
If you fumble with the sword, you might fumble.
Mm.
If I hit, like, I'm hitting a barrier with the sword, something terrible could happen theoretically.
Yeah.
Um,
You see again, it shift and shimmer, and it does shatter for a moment.
Hmm.
And disappear from visual.
Sweet. That's my turn. I did
Mm-hmm.
2 actions in my movement.
Kadarn.
So as a
Now you
free
can make the check.
action, I'm gonna do the check.
Mm-hmm.
24. Because knowing it's a ritual, he can't.
No, but you
Do
do
it
remember that he
twice.
had a lot of power
Power
stones
stones.
in the other
Yeah.
room.
Mhm.
Almost like he maybe used those to anchor his ritual. Possibly.
Is the spell still up?
You saw it shatter the second time.
Yeah, but I mean, with magical training, I can also sense.
With magical training, you
Active
can also
spells,
you can
so-
also sense that it will revive.
But it hasn't done so yet.
No, not on this moment. No.
Okay.
Fry him.
I am half tempted to fry him.
It's page 299.
So
No,
How
fry
many
him
s-
is not on page 299.
how many
know.
squares can I walk again? Just my regular speed?
Your
Your
speed.
speed, run.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, but I have to not mix up things. No, because a move is an action and a recovery action takes your full thing.
A
right?
run is a full action. A move
You
is
can move.
You can move and then but a recovery action is a
Because
full
run
round.
is your speed times 3.
Run is your speed times 3. A recovery action, however, is a full round action. You cannot move and recover at the same time.
Okay,
It's basically
that's-
taking
yeah.
a breather.
So I'm not going to take a breather. I'm gonna just walk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do exactly what Durin suggested me. And collapse the ceiling on top of Baldwin.
But you didn't realize we were pros at property damage, Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
We are job creators.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen our old tactics of smack the shit out of it repeatedly and set it on fire. But have you seen the property damage? That's a new move we developed just for you right now.
All right, so
Coming soon to
you're
a mountain near you.
casting something, Simon,
Yeah, Alzur's Thunder.
at the ceiling. So it's 20
Right above
feet up.
him, so-
Right above him.
Yeah.
Cool. Are you using the amethyst? Or attempting to?
Since at first glance it didn't seem to be better than the staff, I'm just going to go through the staff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still going to attempt an expended magic. No, I don't have expended magic yet. So never mind that.
So I
I'm
need
still
you
going to cast it through my.
Yeah, so cast it through your staff.
23.
So he shifts as you go to do so and shifts his staff to his left hand and pushes outward with it
Mhm.
and dispels your spell. With a
Each square is 5 feet. Is that correct?
each square is a meter.
It's a meter.
It's a meter. Okay, thank you.
I shifted it so that each square is a meter to make it easier for us to follow.
Thank
But
you
he
very much.
is going to burn 8 stamina.
He will burn 8 stamina.
And I am going to burn 3 stamina for another action.
Mhm.
And I am casting Zeracanian Fire. As in, I'm throwing a bomb at his face. That's
Okay.
not a spell.
That's not a spell. That's a bomb.
That's a bomb.
It's a pipe bomb. Yay!
Yeah, I just need to check the thing with Zeracanian.
It's this mysterious ticking.
I can throw it
Dispel
60
this.
feet away. So,
You got this.
Dispel this,
yeah,
you filthy
I'm fine.
casual.
And technically, because it's Zeracanian Fire, I don't even have to aim for him.
No.
Because it explodes in a cone of fire in front of him. Shit, it's not in the experimental stuff. Give me a sec.
It's in the base book, I think.
Yeah, but it's not experimental, it's alchemical. So I
Mm.
need to just go back up to alchemical. Lighting anyone and anything that area on fire, there's not even a roll for him to dodge or anything. He's just on fire, period.
Mm-hmm.
Bet you weren't expecting property damage and Zeracanian fire.
So where are you throwing it? Because I do need you to make a. I need you to make a
To draw
brawl
it.
An athletics check.
athletics check to
Yep.
throw it.
So basically, it should explode in a 2-meter cone. So technically, it would be. Shit.
Right in front of me.
Yep, it gonna hit
glad I
Brenna.
I'm so glad I didn't take any
No,
further steps to the left.
Basically, this is the cone I'm going for.
Okay. I will tell you, I'm gonna up the average DC rather than just the standard throw because you don't want to hit Brenna.
I'm real glad I picked fire resistance from my cloak.
Don't even worry about hitting her. Don't
Um,
worry about it.
I'm not really worrying about throwing it at Brenna at this point, by the way.
Oh. Well then, yeah, we can try. Throw it.
Do my penalties for my peg leg apply to my athletics check
Yes.
to throw?
Yes.
Use that last group.
I'm
lock.
going to be that softball coach. Yes, being able to plant your foot and shift on your weight is important to throwing.
So I will put the last point of group luck in it.
That's my vote.
Yeah.
If
I'd prefer to not be on fire.
and I have
prefer-
fumbled by
Oh my
apparently
God, do you
24.
Set yourself on fire.
Yes, he drops this. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You fumbled.
God.
You were
By
you
24.
you needed at least a 10
I'm-
so it would get away from you. It is no longer it goes off in front of you and you are
Bet you
now
didn't expect self-immolation.
Yeah,
Fire.
I'm on fire. Yeah.
you are on fire and things around you are on fire. So, welcome to the fire circle.
Run up and give him a hug.
You're on fire. So you what is it? You take 5 points of damage
this
to
is
every
like-
body part for every round?
Yes.
So you setting yourself on fire with the Zeracanian fire is that one time I played Zweihander happened to be every single day, every single
So-
episode with bottle bombs.
So
and I understand
by
it.
the way,
yes.
the moment I take fire damage, Kadern is at 0 death state.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Because he had to spend health to cast the spell.
Because no, because my health just didn't heal between the last 2 games
Oh,
because we
yeah.
didn't rest or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, that's not true. I healed you up completely.
No,
No,
you
you
heal
yes.
you heal Durin up completely.
Durin.
You didn't
Mhm.
heal
but not me because
Kadern.
we chose between the 2 of us and we kept doing stuff in between. Hey, that's entirely normal, y'all. That's
Mhm.
entirely normal.
Yes,
I
indeed.
don't. I think he asked. I think Map asked like who's the most dangerous, who's most damaged, and
And it was Razmi.
And it was Durin who was at
Yeah.
death's door.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I lost a little bit of HP earlier because
Mhm.
I don't remember what exactly, but like I was higher than that. But
Mhm.
fire basically deals
So
all in
much.
all it's 15, 20, 25, 30 per turn.
Okay.
5 points of damage to every target location every round.
And how's your armor?
It goes through armor.
It goes through
Mhm.
armor fire.
Mhm.
This is why you need to get you fire resistance on your armor.
Well, maybe on my next character.
Yeah.
So he is currently on fire.
Yeah, don't you not die in The Witcher until you fail your check?
You
Yes.
don't die until you fail your check, and your check is at your end of your turn. Is that the end of your turn, Kadarin? As you are currently on fire?
Well, I mean, can I spend another 3 stamina to do something else?
No. We're gonna keep it
Then
to
yes.
1 per
Yes.
round. Durin!
Okay, that's a 2-meter
Hard
range.
soul!
So,
Arzo comes running. It will take him a round to get here because he is in...
it's fair.
Oh no, by the way, armor soaks the damage, but fire
Yep.
does 1 point of damage to armor every turn.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay, so
Okay, so you're
I
not
feel like your armor
dead.
would,
not yet.
Well, I haven't taken
Uh.
anything yet because it's like at the start of my turn that I take the damage. So
I'm
it's
going
gonna
to
take Ardra a
tackle
long time to
Kadarin
get
and
here.
try and put him out.
It's
Oh,
You-
you are right there.
It will take a full action. You can put someone out of fire.
But I'm
Arzo's
fine
like-
with that.
Ardza's like 30 something meters away.
Yeah, he's gonna take a round, at least 2 rounds to get there. I need to check one thing, however. Simon, do you have in front of you the rule for Zeracanian fire?
yeah, it
Is
just
it-
sets anyone on fire.
It just sets them on fire. I'm just checking that it's
Yeah.
just the standard fire condition and not having anything else where it would take an extra action. So it is an action to put him out. So you manage to put him out. That is
Oh,
Hey.
never again, alchemy.
Never again, alchemy. Never again.
you take your move. Are you going to do anything else in this round, Durin?
I'm just putting it out. That's my full focus. Because whatever else went out of the head.
So, it is now Math.
Yeah, Math, what you going to do? Fry him! No, I don't think you can do that. Brenna wouldn't say that either. She's in murder, kill, stab mode. There's not a lot of talking that she does.
His
Present.
barrier is currently down, right?
Mhm.
But there's badness over here.
Yeah, fire.
You just heard the fire explode, and you have a giant. I believe it's 2 meters tall.
Fire
Maybe.
tornado.
Fire tornado in front of you. A swirling vortex of fire staring you in the face. Literally, you can feel the heat coming off of it.
Yes. And we can move our speed. That is correct.
Yep.
All right. And that is we get that in addition to an action if we
Yes.
just do our if we
But
just
you
do
can't.
our
You can move your speed and do an action in a round. You can run, which is 3 times your speed
Yeah.
in a round. You can. You cannot split your movement on either side of an action. So it can't be run half your movement, then do an action, then continue running. You can't do that. It's
Yeah.
continuous movement, and you can go in on any order just as long as you don't split them.
how do you do points in when you're doing this in Roll20?
What do you mean?
So like if I go here and then I want to curve, do you know what I mean? Like I'm doing the
Oh.
little
Yeah,
you-
don't snap to corners, and it's
is it control shift?
Snap to center, not snap to corners.
No, it's a
oh, you
I have no
just
snapping.
or you
I just
or
wanna-
you just move the character. Or you're talking about moving the character along a line?
Well, no, I actually just want to figure out the distance because I want to make sure I get the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
What's
Um,
your distance? You're good.
yeah, but I have to go around that sarcophagus.
You have to go
do you know
around
what
the
I mean?
sarcophagus. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Right, and there's a way to do that with the measure thing. Is it like?
Oh,
is
it's a
it,
space bar.
thank you.
I thought it was at least. It used to be. May not be
Oh.
anymore.
Might be Q. Chat is saying Q.
Yeah, it's Q.
It's Q. Okay.
Once upon a time, it was the space bar.
Yes. Roll 20, everyone. They're great. Hashtag not sponsored.
And I also
Okay.
once upon a time, I mean like 6 years ago, so it's entirely possible.
8. So I can do like, I'm going to go right about there. That's 6. So it's not all of my movement, but that is 2 meters. And I'm going to cast Blessing of Healing on Kadern, who apparently is dying.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's dying. He's on the ground. Durin has put him out. He's not actively bleeding, or he's not actively burning, but he does look like he's going to take a lot of damage. I just need you to roll that spell casting.
I will do 28.
So your spell goes off.
I like sort of like just like, what is going on? You know, just 3 times orgy champion Kadern. What's going on? And I'm going to sort of
fire.
and then I sort of make these sort of gestures and sort of like sigils,
Yeah,
sort
some people feel like that after orgies.
of light up in the
See a
air.
doctor.
And I'm going to channel the not chaos magic, but like magic of the earth. That's way
Yeah,
more
yeah, yeah.
organic. It's
Free
certified
range,
organic.
grass-fed.
It's free range grass fed magic,
Mhm.
and this will be you will get 3 points of healing.
Ooh, thank you.
So I need to check. That is your turn, sir?
Yes, because
is-
this is an active spell, so I can just keep this.
Yep.
Up.
It is now Baldwin's turn.
He's up to 50 again. He's just doubling the ante. What a guy.
Oh,
That guy.
Yeah.
What did that happen? Why does it do
I just want to know why he has to be so hot.
Because
It's like every time you click on the name, it
Yeah,
like
that's so
That's
weird.
doubles.
I don't know why. At the start of his turn, however, 2 things happen. Number 1, the barrier pops back up as you see it up visibly in front of you.
can I try to dispel it?
You can.
Because I mean, if he can try out of his turn,
No, but he did it as a defense action,
Yep.
which he can do.
But he wasn't being targeted.
It doesn't matter if the spell is in his general vicinity. He can use it as a defense action.
Okay.
would 25 work?
Nope.
Something like 28 or 30 or something, probably.
Yeah.
An unobtainable roll
Yeah,
unless
but
you crit, basically.
I only have a 17 and I am almost maxed out as a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. But on his turn, the two things will happen. 1, the barrier goes up. 2, he laughs and goes, I was going to light you on fire, but you did it yourselves, and then, so I'll just do this. He shifts his hand negligently, and
Tornadoes come in.
the fiery pillar of tornado
Fire. Oh.
shifts and moves onto all of you because he can do that. Great thing. It doesn't require topography to work, and he's just gonna park it right there.
Can I
need
do another dispel as a secondary defensive action?
no because you can
Because
only
it's a
take.
spell that's going in my direction.
Mm-hmm.
You can attempt to, yes. Not good enough. So
Okay.
you cannot dispel it. So that's you were going to get a defense. That's what I was about to tell you. You get a defense against it. So your attempt to defend was the dispel.
Was
It
the
does-
dispel, yeah.
Doesn't it fails? So but Math and Durin can both attempt to dodge. And
You see the dodge a flaming pillar.
yeah, Math succeeds.
Okay. Well, I'll spend some of my luck because I don't feel like being on fire just now.
Mhm.
So I'll spend 3.
Durin succeeds. The both of you, it kind of makes sense because Kadarin is still prone on the ground where you fell to knock him, put him out of fire. And this giant 2-meter pillar comes swirling towards you. The two of you slide out of the way. However,
Well, we don't actually move our location because we did not reposition. We just dodged.
You just dodged out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shift your position. It's a little fuzzy. But Kadarn, you're going to take
They're just
21
sitting on the edges of that 1 meter squares.
yeah, 2 meter square. Kadarn, you take 21 points of damage and
Ooh, what?
it's
Torso?
fire damage. Take 21 points of damage.
So yeah,
just-
torso. No, that's good.
Yeah. And I need to do a thing. Let's see if the thing works. Aw, you got real lucky. You're not on fire.
Mm,
You did not light on fire. But the pillar is still standing there. And the barrier is up. And then he turns to Brenna and says very negligently, I am having fun, however. This is entertaining. I quite appreciate it. Are you sure you want him alive?
What is he pointing at? Not that Brenna is looking or cares. Because again,
In the general direction of where Math and Kadarn are?
oh,
It kind of...
and
hit-
Durin. It's really
And Durin. He kind of negligently looks. He also hasn't really moved, right?
yeah, yeah. Brenna's not much of a combat talker.
Yeah.
If she was a D&D character, she'd probably be a barbarian.
Is that
um,
true? I mean, she just seems so
so
she seems
calm
so
and controlled all the time. Yeah.
battle master fighter. I don't know.
No, her main attack is smash fast. Oh gosh. I think because it is this scenario, she's like, Math, don't care. Brain's just like, Math, who? Durin, nice pointy shiny things. Kadarn, oh, Kadarn. Like she doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah, but you're worried about that Kadarn?
Ugh.
What have I been saying this entire time?
There was like
very
that one
obvious.
spare feeling he might have, like if we chopped it into like quarters.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have like 1/4 feeling.
So you just need the arm.
But like, the torso, because that's what keeps everything alive, really.
Okay.
She
Mostly
wants
have
the
fire
washboard abs. That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
that's you need like the vitals, the extremities.
Well, she
um,
needs the washboard abs so she can get the blood out of her clothing. She's just like, whoosh, 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 it's like
She'll just like the most response he gets out of her, like these things flash through her mind very quickly, just like yeah. Like, yes, I definitely want them alive, or I don't care anything about them. It's like
Good to know.
it's a very non-committal, like, I guess.
Um, He just kind
Yeah,
of smirks.
She's not like desperate to save them, but also not like whatever. There's a lot of whatever in there, but it's like I'd prefer not.
He just smiles.
I'd have to get sad for like a day or two.
yeah, that'd be terrible.
Ugh.
Ugh.
It is your
You
turn,
wouldn't
however,
like me, I'm
Brenna.
sad. Smack. Because I
Okay.
can't move and then smack. So I have
No.
to try to smack, then move. Now that I'm up here.
I mean, you can move or smack in whatever order you choose.
Yeah.
It just can't split them.
I
Yeah.
can't split them. Yeah, but if I can get inside his barrier. Yeah.
Can you just
I
walk
can't-
in?
I can't. No, because I couldn't step inside. I could just break it last round, which is what I was hoping.
Because she got to the barrier last round. She didn't have
Mhm,
movement
I got-
left.
So I just didn't know if the barrier was only magic or also just
No,
like,
it's
everything.
It is dope as hell.
nice.
So-
If legitimately, if you have if you're a mage and you have the time to cast it, magic barrier for the win.
Smack. Kind of didn't fumble.
Mhm.
What? Yeah, that's bad damage compared to last
You see
time.
it shimmer a little bit, but it's still there.
I could take that stamina and spend it some more. Math is kind of hard, but I did it. Da, 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 da. This is the song I sing to you while I click through all my menus. Oh god, I didn't wreck myself. There we go.
You
I wanna-
hit it, you see it
Ooh, it
shimmer
opens.
and waver and break for a moment.
I'm in.
So you come inside the barrier?
It's probably a terrible idea, but again, we've established that combat Brenna is not big brain Brenna. And I was told to charge him, and I trust Gideon. So I'm gonna get in that barrier. Try to fuck him up. Worst case scenario, he teleports out and I'm stuck in the barrier.
All those priests with all those mage spells, so
Mhm.
weird.
I know, it's so weird. Yeah, and so I'm moving. I'm up. I'm all up in his business. I'm like,
Okay.
Sword.
Kadarn,
There's
is
a
your turn.
globe.
it is your turn.
Yeah. So the barrier is not there at the moment.
No, the barrier is not there at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, but you were also in the pillar of fire.
You
No,
are in
I'm
a pillar
gonna-
of fire.
I'm gonna get the fuck away from you. I can take a full round action and spend stamina to get an action, right?
You spend stamina to take a recovery action.
No. To take an action. Basically, if you run your whole turn, can you spend stamina?
Yes. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes,
No.
you can run your whole turn and then.
What the fuck is this? That's me not being on the right thing.
I'm just checking spellcast and stuff.
So I'm going to charge here.
Okay.
Hey,
And
buddy,
I'm going
pal.
to spend my stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Restam. To
Stab him. Stab him real quick.
stab.
Brenna's only gonna be a little resentful that she didn't get first blood after doing all this hard barrier breaking work. But you know, it's fine.
Oh, mind
He's
you,
only gonna
there is a
resent you a little.
thing. There is a thing called a charge.
Yes,
There
there is a
is?
charge action.
There is. You should.
But
Yeah,
you can't do
which-
charge and run.
No, but I
Oh.
need to check charge.
Charge
in-depth
only goes
combat.
your full movement, not your run.
Mm.
No, it's move up to your run speed.
Oh,
and
your
then
run
make
speed?
a strong strike.
Oh,
Yep.
nice.
Okay.
There you go. Charge it.
Yeah,
Wait.
and that's your full round.
Yes, but instead of
I'm
being,
gonna spend the stamina.
yeah, I don't have to spend the stamina. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm. You just take the
So-
penalty to the attack.
Yes. But also, if he successfully blocks it, I think.
Yeah, if you successfully blocks it, you're staggered, I believe.
No, he drops prone.
If he
Nice.
if he block
If he blocks the attack, he might fall
because
prone.
all that force.
force,
All the
yeah,
force
because
behind
it's
it.
the force of the attack. Yeah.
So he either takes more damage or he might. fall prone.
24.
Cool. He is going to attempt to dodge out of the way.
He also has a penalty to dodge.
Yeah, because he's also sitting in a chair and he's gonna get hit by this. It's
Oh no,
fine.
but I meant because of
The charging.
This is what you get
Uh,
for sitting balls with.
he's got a minus
smack
one
talk.
because of Brenna, because we're flanking.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes. It doesn't matter. He rolled a 10. You're going to have a massive crit. Go.
Big old
Uh,
crit.
Yes. Okay.
And that's a strong
so-
strike. Nice.
Yes, it's a strong strike automatically when you charge.
Yeah.
And it's going to be to his torso.
Ooh,
Mhm.
nice. Brenna's favorite. The
So
torso.
just-
Septic shock.
Just times 2 damage.
I don't know if
Where's
the
my
last one he
fucking button?
regenerated like really fast because again, there's something else going on with him.
So that's going to be 15.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then 30 because of
Because
whatever.
of the strong strike.
Um,
And then the charge damage.
no, that's the charge damage.
That's just the
a-
charge
that's a
damage. It
Oh.
counts as a strong
Yeah.
strike.
Gotcha.
It
So we
only a charge only does additional damage if you're on like a horse.
A horse. I've charged on a horse.
You have charged on a horse and
Um,
done shit ton more damage
Yeah.
because of the weight of the horse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Calvary.
Wait, oh, but the extra, I forgot about the extra damage from the crit.
Yeah, because it's
What extra
a
damage?
strong strike. So it'll be 30.
Yeah, so it'd be
Then
30.
basic.
Wait, I rolled 24, he rolled a 10, so that's a 14. No, he rolled a 9.
Yeah, he rolls a 9. It's you're talking about the
So
crit.
that's a
yeah.
deadly crit.
Yes.
So he's going to take 10 more damage
Yes.
immediately.
Mhm.
So 40.
Yeah.
And then I have to roll the 2d6 for the crit, which is a 7.
Which is a limb, I believe.
No, because I already target the
Oh, the
torso.
Torso.
So then it's a
But 7
Septic
deadly
shock.
crit is septic shock.
yeah, it's septic
Which
shock.
You
It's
stole-
our favorite.
It's our
You stole my moves, bro.
Or is it that you're just like, you know,
he just shifted just a little bit, and it was like almost negligent because he was actively engaging with Brenna, and you hit
Uh-huh.
him, and you hear it slide across armor, and grate across armor. So you do damage, you see blood, and he coughs for a moment, and looks down. Most impressed.
Cool. I spend 3 stamina to have an extra action.
I will
Let's
just
do
say
it
that
again.
like Math is like I was like sort of looks at like because he was like concentrating. He's like, oh, all that.
25 and 14 for the other 2. Though, mind you, the second one is a fumble.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you never know. That's how drowners fucked me up one time.
Yeah.
Is
Oh, fucking hell. I do not get to roll anything better than a... Oh,
I'm
good.
happy.
17.
17. That's 8. It's a baby
16
crit.
because he's flanked.
Oh yeah.
No, I
16.
took it into account.
Oh, okay.
And the second one is a 22, so you don't hit on the second one, but you will hit on the
Baby
first one.
crit.
Baby crit.
But this, yeah. So he's going to take 3 through armor.
Yep.
Let's just roll the body part. It's going to be his
Left
leg.
Yeah.
So half the damage.
Mhm.
So 10.
10. And you hear it again grate across the armor.
Mhm.
And Pinch goes,
Well, there's no way I can get to you without running.
But he also totaled through armor. He also took like 13 since the beginning.
Yep.
Yes.
And there was another. Oh, yeah, I need to roll my 2d6.
no, because you already rolled for target location.
Yes. So
So
that would be
the crit
the
is
sprained leg
leg
anyway.
base. Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
rolled the
saying
same
is-
thing.
The same thing is like if you roll for target the way we've been playing is if you roll for target location, that's you're going to be your
That's
crit
the crit
location.
you get.
Application.
Yeah.
Which is
Which makes
instead,
sense.
yeah, which instead
course.
has just been, rolling 2d6 instead of rolling target location is what we've been doing. So it doesn't, so one or the other. That your turn, Kadarn?
Yeah, but quick question. Even though he has armor, like, I
Mhm.
mean, he's still suffering from septic shock, right?
Yes. As far as
Okay,
you're
cool.
aware.
Just so you know, Simon,
Mhm.
Brenda gave him septic shock in season 1, and it lasted about 2 seconds. He had some kind of massive regeneration going on. Just so you know, it didn't last long. The septic shock. So I'm saying.
Good to know.
Yeah, Yanto tried and he got stabbed, and then Brenna came and
I gave him a big septic shock and then
You
he
did.
teleported away.
I don't.
Yes, he did not like septic shock.
I don't even think Yanto even tried to hit him. Yanto just got set on
And
fire.
we don't know how
and-
long he was septic shocked for because he literally teleported away as soon as he could after I gave him septic shock. So
But he was healing up. I think there was like a
we have no idea.
yeah,
That
he had a
was-
thing going on.
you don't know what happened.
We have no idea
Um,
because that was his next action.
Brenna, you're gonna have to be here because unless you're standing on the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, you're standing
High
on the chair?
ground. Get him
Oh.
stabbing down.
Oh, you
Okay.
have high ground. Oh, that's great.
I have the high ground.
Durin.
I hear that if you have
I'll
the
get
high
him.
ground, you win. That's what I heard.
That's what Obi-Wan Kenobi says.
Durin,
I
you're
mean-
up.
Moving to there.
If it's uber precarious footing, I'll stand
Draw-
on the chair in front of him, but
Load
otherwise.
the crossbow. Spend stamina. Fire bodkin.
Cool. Where are you? Great. Great. Do this. Do this, please.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Do
right-
this,
just right into math.
please.
Right into Math and Kadarn.
Okay, it's as far as I can
Uh.
move. I still have a sucking chest wound.
Yeah.
Those don't heal quickly.
No, they don't.
Neither does septic shock, typically. I made a higher vampire have septic shock for 18 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It was an impressive feat.
He
For
was
any
very impressed
Witcher.
with it.
He was so impressed.
I'm ready to take damage.
Roll the attack.
Spending my last 3 luck.
It's a great day.
17.
17. So let's check something.
Actually,
Um,
that's should be higher. Because the bow gives +4, so it's 21.
What's the distance on the weapon?
300 meters.
Okay, so you're fine. So you had it. You're good. You just have a small problem.
Two party members.
Mm-hmm. In the way. Both of one because of your line of sight. It fires in a direct line of sight. So I need.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I need Kadarn and Maf to roll dodge first.
I would say that I should not be able to roll dodge because this shot is coming from behind me. I don't even see it coming. Like,
But you're not.
if
But he's
I
not
would be-
ambushing you. So you ought, by mechanics speaking, he's not ambushing you. So you always have a defense action that you can take.
You'd probably hear it behind you.
You hear it click behind you.
So you can make it. You can dodge an attack you don't know is
Yep.
coming.
The only,
not a
the only,
surprise.
the only time you don't know it's coming is if it's a surprise round, and this isn't a surprise round.
Okay. And he rolled a 21.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Hey.
21.
So you clear Kadarn.
I say, what is this? What is
No,
going
Fifteen.
on?
darn.
Oh man.
Unless we have luck to spend.
No,
Not that much.
you
Not that
don't.
much.
We don't any luck.
I probably shouldn't have done that attack. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's okay.
I didn't know.
Do you as a player with no knowledge of the system wish to rescind the action?
Yes, please.
I will allow that because as a player with no knowledge of the system, that would be makes sense.
No, I'll
Um,
just move there, knock, load the arrow, stand there, wait till next turn.
Then that definitely works, and that'll be fine.
Or you could move farther, right? Because what is your movement?
3.
Because you were here. Oops, pardon me.
You just move back.
Yeah, you were here. If you moved off to like here, you'd have line of sight. If you move 3 meters forward and 2 stage left, house left, right?
Or just
over here.
Back. Or there.
So there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will. That works. I mean, that's not a problem. You can definitely do it. And you didn't botch the roll, so in this case,
Because if you were here, you definitely can get right about there
yeah,
and hit without having
Mhm.
anybody in line of sight.
Oh yeah.
yeah. You don't botch the roll, so you're fine. In which case, you make the roll, which is what's the other important part of this. Because if you had missed the roll, then he doesn't. Then there would have been firing into people that you know can also become damage. But line of sight is important. So,
Right out of.
but he
range.
almost sees it coming and just shifts his head to the left and lets it hit right into the wood of the throne that he's sitting in. Flicks it negligently. Your friends are very inventive. I like him. I like you, dwarf.
And you shouldn't have put necrophages in the hall.
Honestly, I didn't put them there.
Who did?
Gimner. I just wanted a little bit of production.
Gimner didn't do it himself. I don't think.
Then you should
Yeah.
have come to the council.
Last time I did that,
I
he
don't
wasn't very
think he
polite.
gives a shit.
No, he doesn't. He's like, I don't really care. It is Math's turn.
Math moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because Kadarn left his range, he's gonna have to drop the spell that he cast because
Mhm.
Kadarn's no longer in range. which is
So he's not healed more than the first round. Okay.
nope, because it's a 2-meter range,
Mhm.
and he left my,
Mhm.
and I can't get within 2 meters in this round. Well, I suppose I could if I did a run, but yeah, what I will do from there is I will cast Blood of the Mountain on Rena. That's what I will do, because that has a 6-meter range, and so I can hit her from here. Let's do that.
I'll take it.
29.
Thanks.
For the next 10 minutes, all of your ablation damage is
Doubled.
People cannot parry you, and you're immune to any effect that would knock you off of your feet. And that is my turn.
Cool.
And I say, man, you just stop moving about so much. To Darren.
Pretty spry for a guy with just one leg.
Yeah, but you did hit him, and he doesn't like that.
Yeah.
He's not gonna like me next round then. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. However, his pillar is still up, so he's going to shift it here.
How tired does he look?
I mean, he looks slightly winded, but not horribly. The great thing about this spell.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that I quartered his stamina.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
But he's really only cast one spell at the moment.
No, he dispelled my lightning bolt.
He cast,
Mhm.
but
Cost
that was,
him 8 stamina too.
Yep, but that was before.
And he's been dodging one awful long.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he has been.
Ooh,
Cool.
how far can that thing move? It's amazing.
A lot.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's not nice. But what he is going to do is he's going to just kind of negligently look at Kadern, smile just a little too teethily. Yes, Math, that does not succeed on that dodge escape.
So I need like a 21 or up.
You need a 21 or up.
Okay.
You take 17 points of fire damage.
And that to all locations?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just torso.
Oh, just torso. Okay.
Just torso. This is just torso. If,
It's
however,
if you catch on fire.
it's however if you catch on fire,
Right.
and you do catch on fire,
Excellent. Okay.
you
And
are
that
now on
hits on my
fire.
turn?
There you go. Your little fire symbol. You're on fire.
Thank you. And does that hit right now or on my turn?
No, on your turn, the fire damage from being on fire will begin on your turn. And then it will be 5 points of damage to every body part, with 1 ablation damage to
Armor.
armor each round.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
So
What was I
that
saying?
was
Oh.
17, you said.
Huh?
17.
17 points of damage, yes.
Thank you.
As he looks at Kadern, smiles a little, and then turns to the Witcher. You know, perhaps you should stab him, and points at Kadern.
I remember that this could be countered and changed because I know the formula as well.
That's assuming that that's what he's doing, but he's not. He's actively casting.
Yeah.
Then dispel?
We'll find out in a second if you can.
Well, I mean, Bryn also has heliotrope. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can roll heliotrope for this if he's targeting me. So.
He is targeting. Yeah, because that's the thing is he's targeting you.
So I
Um,
can roll heliotrope instead of resist magic. Okay, that is
with his staff in hand.
okay.
Mhm.
I'm going to spend 2, 3.
Does that also include the
Luck.
-3 to will because of his septic shock?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
He's hardcore.
Well, I mean, the maximum you can have in the game is 20.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Well, 20 plus the staff, 21.
No, I'm just saying
No.
that
That's your
Yanto has a charisma of 11, I think it was,
Mhm.
because he had like that demon thing came in and hit him. I think
also
it was
greater
charisma.
focus.
Yeah, greater focus is a +1. Oh, +2.
Plus
So
2.
22 should be them.
You can have a greater focus that's up to a +3.
So then 23. I'm just saying, it seems like the numbers are very, very high, even though we stack
Mhm.
penalties on him.
You are stacking penalties on him. He is taking damage. He has taken
Yeah.
a significant amount of damage.
Spend 3 luck.
I will tell you right now that is because of things that are currently happening.
I don't stab Kadarn and have to feel terrible about it later.
You don't feel stab Kadarn and have to feel terrible.
I'm glad
about
I
it
spent
later.
3 luck. I mean, 2 would have done it too, but I'm glad I spent that luck.
Mhm.
And I'm also glad I invested in a heliotrope. I did it for moments like this.
Yep.
How much stamina? I have to spend half the amount that
It
he
would have
spent.
cost. It would have cost. It's 25 stamina.
That's half.
Well, technically, no. It's I'm doing math in my head. It's 10. 10
I was
stamina.
gonna say, if it cost him,
No, it does
50
cost him.
stamina.
It
That's
does.
a bit ridiculous.
No.
So 10 for me.
Sorry,
Okay.
that was me checking spell and then going, okay, the spell is based on X, and then let me do math to get to that point. My apologies, that is a thing.
So I will subtract 10 then.
Mhm.
Okay. But I don't stab Kadarn.
You do not stab Kadarn. However, at the start of his turn, the barrier comes back up. And now you are both inside the barrier with him.
I have a question that I will not ask yet. It's just a question for later.
But we're in here with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. My first question is. No, ADHD, don't do this to me. It was right there. Oh, I remember. Does he seem to be exhibiting?
He definitely looks much more windowed than he did earlier. He's
No,
breathing a
that's.
little
I
heavier.
mean, I'm glad. I'm very glad for that. What was his name? I felt bad about killing him for a brief period of time. And then I got over it. What was his name?
Who?
Your ex-boyfriend who died. Alvar.
hmm
Is he showing Alvar-like reanimatedness? Like the specific
Mhm.
region?
Mhm,
The
mhm, mhm.
because I've
Oh,
encountered someone like that before.
You
That's
have
what I'm
indeed.
thinking.
Roll Witcher training.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Now
Yeah,
that I've
yeah.
seen him be
Yep.
hit up close. 25.
Good.
With 25, he does not look like that level of regen. He definitely looks much more like there's something almost too perfect in his appearance.
Okay.
Like,
Less.
you know, Kadarn did significant damage to him.
Uh-huh.
Some glamour.
Like,
Mhm.
he's got a septic shock. He
Mhm.
definitely doesn't look like that at all.
Mm-hmm. So he's probably glamored. I'm not getting those like vague undead vibes that I got from Alvar.
No, you are not getting vague undead vibes from Alvar.
Okay,
like you
that
did
makes
from
me feel better. That was my first question.
Mhm.
My second question is headshot.
That's not a question.
It's
That's not a
You're right.
question.
It's an answer.
It's
I'm
an
gonna-
intent.
I'm going to try. I thought about Yurdening first, but let's just, if you don't go for it, you'll never know. So, we're gonna go. Just aim for the head, because why not at this point?
Absolutely.
I've got the high ground. I'm on the throne, so I just have to aim downwards. It's it
Oh.
can be head or shoulder, or a complete miss. But let's see.
Wait.
Wait, what?
You go, but I'm just looking up something
Okay.
because I feel like there might be a thing for you.
Please do. 38 and 26.
Where was that page?
For his, I'm in the dome zone.
So the first one will definitely hit,
Yes. With a big old crit,
and the second one will also hit, but not a crit.
but not a crit. I'll take it. 38 minus 20. That's 15. That's deadly. Yay. Deadly to the
Nice.
brain. Deadly to the
Nice.
head. That's beautiful. Oh, we're gonna triple all of this. 70.
Also, does he take bleed? Does
yeah.
Baldwin bleed?
Does he?
Baldwin
great
definitely
question.
bleeds. This person.
Oh, finally! Since I've gotten bleed swords, this is the first time I've been able to make anything bleed, and it brings me such joy. So bleed, and the first one is 78, and then the second one is
69.
60.
Mhm.
Nice. Thank you, Trooper.
Uh, so
Straight to the head. Chop,
straight to
chop.
the head.
Okay,
78,
bleeds like that.
To the dome
69.
zone, with double ablation damage if he's wearing a sneaky disguised helmet.
You do hear a helmet hit. You do
Yep.
hear the helmet shatter.
Crunch,
You do
crunch.
hear the,
Oh, and the deadly head crit. I don't know what that is.
it's
Decapitation,
decapitation, and he's going to die in this space. And Kadarn,
right.
as he does, I would like you to roll magical training.
Yeah,
I'm just
sure.
Happy to decapitate him.
Because the barrier's still up, but that doesn't matter. As he is very
Wait.
dead.
I'm happy
Gonna
to.
explode.
25.
I was totally going balls to the walls with those headshots, and I'm just glad that
You did. The balls to the walls
they-
headshot worked
they
very well.
worked.
Kadarn,
Mm-hmm.
you see something flicker in his eyes just for a moment,
Yep.
As his head's
separated.
slides off his shoulders.
That was
And
Alzarin
then
puppeting
what
him.
you
Can I-
see,
Can things go out of the barrier? I have to know.
not
physical
physical
things?
objects.
Okay, because if so, his head is gonna fly off like a
No.
golf ball.
Physical,
I
nothing.
want it to bounce off the barrier then
No.
and make a splat of blood because it's Witcher,
It-
and and it just dripped down the barrier.
That's fair.
Aesthetic.
It
Thank
drips and works.
That laugh would be proud.
Detlef would be
Um,
proud. Since we're out of initiative and he's dead.
I drop,
yes.
stop, drop, and roll.
Hold,
Please
please.
stop dropping. Good call, Math.
As that happens, Kadarn,
Ye-
with a 25, you will learn 3 very important things. You're pretty sure that Alzor was puppeting this person. Number 2, this individual was not dead, but was definitely glamored when you met them. And 3, there are 8 power stones surrounding you in this chair that you could then use and appropriate that are designed specifically to magnify the effects of spellcasters.
But I did not see that earlier.
No, because they were inside the barrier and he had the barrier up. And
Okay.
you cast magical training in the other room.
Yep.
Not in this one.
No, I did when he put his barrier.
Yeah,
up.
when he let me phrase. When because the barrier was up and you saw the barrier go down and come back up, you knew that that there were power stones that he was using at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, I figured it was the ones 2 rooms.
No,
Ago,
it's
though.
in around here. They're
Mm,
right in here. And you know that you can take them and you might be able to use them to power your own spells.
interesting.
And that they would mechanically give you a +3 to any casting you can do as long as you can lay them out and remain in a single location.
Like make a circle with them
Yeah,
type of thing? Okay.
like they are a defensive mechanism.
Fire.
Well, I mean, I'll pick them up. I don't know how long it'll take for me to like pry them.
Oh, they're
Out of,
they're not set into the stone. They're set on the stones around.
Mm,
So
They're
they're
loose.
like just as long as it takes to pick up the pieces of. There are 8 of them.
cool.
But I believe that's where we're going to end for tonight.
I have a
I'm
question.
just
Yeah.
stabbing him a few more times
Mm-hmm.
to make sure he's dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 questions. One,
It's a
does
bit
the
unfair.
glamour drop?
No, because glamour is a duration spell. It's not an active spell.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we've seen glamored corpses before.
Yeah, we have. And then the
Oh.
second question is, the damage from the fire, does it happen at the end of your turn or the beginning?
It happens at the end of your turn, and the fiery. Thank you for reminding me. The fiery pillar does go out.
And he
'Cause-
stopped, dropped, and rolled as soon as as soon as heads rolled.
Mm-hmm.
Can
So
I take
So
his
does that mean I-
beautiful beard?
Does that mean the effects table says you're now engulfed in flames. Every turn you take 5 points of damage to every body location.
Mhm.
The question is when that happens.
Usually, it's at the end of your turn.
Okay.
Constant effect, to my knowledge, constant effects are almost always at the end of the turn unless they are stated at the beginning. There's a poison effect that happens at the beginning and end of your turn. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's almost always at the end of your turn.
Okay. So if
Yeah,
I stop,
because
drop, and
you-
roll, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I will not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because essentially you trade your turn because it's a full action. So you basically trade your entire turn to not
Yeah,
burn to
yeah.
death, or you
Yeah.
choose the burning out option.
Yeah. And I'm like slightly
He and Keiko
singed.
death.
Slightly singed.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
So-
What was that?
We are going to end here tonight. Thank you, everybody, for staying. Thank you for playing a little bit late. We're going to go around, let people say goodbye. So we're going to start with Simon. Hi, Simon. How are you? How are you feeling?
Hello. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I'm feeling a little tired because it's like in reality, it's almost 2 a.m. because of daylight savings. So I'm a little out of it. But yeah, great job on the killing, everyone. And I have a list on a Witcher notepad of trying to figure out the riddle in the other room.
Oh yeah. Want that apple?
So yeah,
It's so bad.
now that we don't have a Baldwin on our ass, like we can take our time, I guess.
We could have taken. It seems like he was ready to wait. So maybe.
But he knew, like he said, like I thought it would take you longer. So like he was there and he could have just
Mhm.
decided, like, you know.
Okay, well, let's just note. Not only he was like, I thought it would take you longer, but also you took too long. I just feel like he was trying to have it both ways. Just what I'm trying to tell you. He was trying to have it both ways.
I didn't say he was a nice person.
Obviously.
I never met season 1 Baldwin, so I have
Well,
no
season 1
idea.
Baldwin was very, very nice.
No,
Until
he was
he's-
a little racist.
That, well, that's
And also he set me on fire. So I don't think that was very nice.
I mean,
He
these are all
did. He
opinions.
did a lot of very unnice things.
But if you missed out on season 1, there is a YouTube you can go check out. And as you may notice now that the YouTube actually has the channel name and it's all branded the same. Easy things.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
But yeah, so shit, tomorrow or like tonight, depending on where you're looking at it, which angle you're looking at it, season finale of Montreal by Night for our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, where someone is about to get thoroughly murdered. And we'll see for next Saturday for Scion, because we've been having a lot of sick folks lately, so we might need to take a little break while people recover. So stay tuned for that. But otherwise, yeah, great game tonight, great fight. And if you follow me on Twitter, I'm gonna post something about Werewolf tomorrow, because 1 week until the Kickstarter begins.
Yay! Alrighty, good for you. And then Pope. Hey Pope, how you doing? How you feeling? How's life going for you?
Just thankful that no one except for whatever that was wearing a Baldwin and being puppeted by an Elazor is dead. Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope Will on Twitter, Pope Will on Twitch. I lurk on your streams. If you want to see more of this silly face, get a number of opportunities throughout the week. Coming up next is Saturday over back here for Agapia.
Yep.
Some
After
Agapia's
Monday.
Oh, right. Yeah. Monday. Vampire. Everything's bled together. Oh no, too much blood. And then following Sunday, actually I'll be over on Otherdoc doing a Q&A retrospective on their Invisible Sun campaign. So guiding them through, if you were interested in something that is one of the strangest games I have ever seen played, and have questions or are familiar with that delightful 3-year-long campaign, please hit me up on Twitter with questions, and we'd love to have. And it's been an absolute joy being here with Witcher Crew and the Hawkham. I look forward to sending them wherever they go next with a few extra goodies. And with that, take care of yourselves, one another, and thank you all for being here. So there's nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. And see you all around.
Indeed, indeed. So check that out as it's gonna happen. And then Trooper, hey, how you? What you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm Trooper SJP. Woo! Yay! I just today there was a thing I've been meaning to do for a while, but I've been so busy, you know, and I just was able to put it together and send it off. A DM is what I sent off. And I bet you're wondering, why are you telling me this? Why do I even care? It's a DM. It's a DM
Is it
about
to-
math.
Oh, I was gonna say, is it did you finally invite Billy to your Discord?
No.
What's that? Is that what you were DMing?
No, this is a math related thing. And once I
Oh.
get the info, hear word back, I'll let you all know what it is. But I'm just saying it could be cool. And I was playing Math Ren, who understands whoever that was, does not understand his authority, and is clearly not as cool as he is. If only Math knew who it was talking to, but he doesn't, but again, the confidence you get as a person who does not realize exactly who it is you're talking to is the thing. Alzar could probably just cremate someone, with like a flick of the wrist, but Matt does not know that. So I had a lovely time. I was able to get 3 points of healing in, and a little bit of something. And let me see. You can find me. Today's what? Sunday. You can find me tomorrow night for Montreal by Night. And then you can find me in terms of RPGs on Friday, 7 p.m. at my channel. Trooper SJP is the first episode of Traveler, Pirates of Drenax, The Gamblers. And we had
nice subtitle.
Thank you. We had our session. We had our first episode this last week where we did character creation, and now they're going to go meet up and begin to adventure. And then, of course, Witcher again next week, when we will loot the body, learn that there are letters for each one of us where the person says, "Hey, I'm Alzor, and I just want to let you know I'm really, really apologize for being rude and being inappropriate, and I'm gonna give you presents, and the presents will be good presents like puppies and flowers, but not like Hounds of Tanalos or like giant Venus flytraps." That's me.
Indeed.
GM confirmed it.
No, that is not
Why
what's
would
gonna
you
happen.
invoke the hounds?
By the way, I just loved your face, Prax. That was the best face. And I'm going to give love to Pope for being here this whole time, because you've been lovely, and for almost shooting us in the back. Almost. I dodged a lot. That's all.
You
did.
did. You
very
did dodge a
impressive.
pillar of tornado a lot. It was a thing. Then, and last but never least, Lindy. Hey, Lindy, how are you? How's life going for you all?
Hi. Oh, pretty swell, I guess. Been semi-productive this past week, and that's an accomplished feeling. Um, my love for tonight. The conversation between Alzor probably possessing not
Not Baldwin.
Baldwin and Math. I don't think whoever that was prepared for Math. Like, thought he knew, but then actually engaged and was goaded on a bit, and the bickering that ensued. It was entertaining. Also, poor Razmi getting motion sickness from us spinning that room round and round like a wrecker baby, right round now. But also having the common sense on the first one to be like, I am out of this room until you tell me you're not all dead. And then, of course, love for Ardzo for just being like, opening this journal and being like, oh yeah, there's stuff about like human experimentation in here. That was entertaining. We all love some good human experimentation on this channel. And then Kadarn with the thunder, I guess, and the sass.
I always do the thunder.
Oh, and Kadarn and I stepping into the same space repeatedly when trying to move our tokens around, and Math misunderstanding all of it.
Was that a
was-
misunderstanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe.
And then also the Pope's face whenever we mentioned consensual vivisections. It was a beautiful moment. I hope to see many more faces like that in the future as I play more games of Pope. Poor Pope's gonna be so traumatized by the time we're done playing with. And decapitating this guy, because Brenna, she's wanted to stab Math since the moment she's met him, practically. There's been a lot of restraint, and now she can just let it all go and stab this guy a whole bunch of times. Not like a Filiberta number of times.
Yeah, because that was personal. This is just
like an irritation. Like, and it seemed personal for him, so it's extra, like a little more satisfying to stab him extra. Like, ha, if this is personal for you, it's just, a Wednesday for me, whatever. But you can find me online. Not decapitating people on the regular as Laugh Love Lindy, also
Bummer.
known as Last Laugh Lindy, tonight. That should have been what I made myself like 5-6 years ago on Twitch, but I didn't. Anyways, tomorrow night on my channel for the new batch, Mondays in Exandria, I swear we're actually playing this week. And we're getting Travis back. We've heard, fingers crossed, because I'm ready. I've missed my little totally not murder bot with amnesia. And then on Tuesday, we will have our second mission on Stargate Flames of Hope. We are very excited to go through the Stargate again. And I have been watching way too much Stargate, so I am extra pumped because I think I'm almost on season 9 now. Somebody sent help for my sleep schedule. That is me. Thank you.
indeed. I'm glad. So, it's just me then, right?
Yeah, just
Hey,
you.
just me. Hey, all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for supporting us and giving us all of your love. Thank you to everyone who's been. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. This has been our Witcher Roads Home show. Thank you everybody who's supported over on Ko-Fi. We have succeeded in our goal, so now we can get the beautiful art for Song of Gapia's Fortune. That will be a thing that we're going to do. And you missed out on any of this or any of the other games we've run, we have a YouTube, and like I said, you can see in the chat that it's at Praxagora Thesmiophoria, just like is here on Twitch, so that you can check that out and see everything live. Well, the VODs of everything that is live. Rewording. Next up, you can find. I appreciated every minute of this. Thank you, players, for being here. Thank you, players, for doing this. I'm gonna pull the curtain back a little bit here and say that, hey, sorry, Kadarn, you needed 4 more points of damage
Or
to kill him.
Oh, you were so close.
oh, that's okay.
You got first blood. Brenna gets the headshot.
Yeah, you needed 4 points.
I did not want the kill.
Grenna did.
I wanted to ask him questions. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
I'm sorry. You're in a group with Britta.
Yeah.
No, there'd be murder.
Um,
But no, you were very close. Really, part of this is because he had a lot of time to surprise, and prepare. But, next you will find me Monday with Trooper and Pope over on Simon's channel for, Montreal by Night, where the Ravnos will do a murder because it's the murder she was hired to do. It's fine. Also, she wants shiny things. It's a thing. We'll find out what happens with that. It's a thing. But that's a thing that we'll find out about tomorrow, over on Wandering DM. But then on Friday, I'm going to say this now, Friday, November 11th, during the day, I will be doing a live stream charity event for Fisher House, which for those of you who don't know, Fisher House is the military, it's a military homes for veterans who need, and their families who need medical treatment at various VA hospitals around the country. So I'm going to be doing a charity fundraiser. We're going to be start our playthrough of Castlevania in chronological order. If I can get it to separate correctly, it might just be big chunks in release order. But we're gonna start either way with We're gonna start Castlevania. We're gonna play some of it. It'll be great. So we'll be doing a fundraiser for that starting on Friday. And then we'll be back here on Saturday for more of the first part of our 2-part season finale for A Song of Agapia's Fortune. And people are in Cortel. Lord Iago seems very personable. And taking everything so well. Like, everything he's been told, he's just taking it so well at the moment. So that'll be Saturday. And then we'll be back here Sunday with more Witcher Roads Home. But we should send some love out into the universe and try and share our fun with somebody who's out there. We'll go raid that bronze girl. She's up playing some Monster Prom. It's really the only one currently up, so we'll go send her some love. And until next time, everybody.